Chapter 213. Don't worry, we're already very close to the ruins. We'll be there in 2 hours at most. From now on, we need to be more vigilant. According to the information provided by the adventurers, there are a lot of strange footprints around here. Saying this, Chris also jumped off the horse and stuffed the things she needed into her backpack. She knew very well how big the underground maze was, so she had to carry at least 3 to 4 days' worth of supplies, especially the copper kettle for drinking water. No matter how heavy it was, she had to carry it on her back. Professionals might be able to survive for a day or 2 without eating and still be strong, but if they didn't drink water, it wouldn't take long for their lips to dry up and their breathing to quicken. Even worse, it would cause other discomforts caused by dehydration. Therefore, most experienced adventurers would definitely carry enough water when they went deep into the underground ruins. Although priests could use divine spells to create water out of thin air, they still needed a container to hold it. It's not strange that the entrance to any underground maze will attract a lot of beasts and monsters. Compared to them, I'm more worried about the negative energy. Normally, a place with enough negative energy can often turn dead bodies into undead creatures within a week. Having lived with the necromancer Ulysses for a long time, Andre knew very well how difficult it was to deal with undead creatures. Low-level corpses and skeletons were still manageable. At most, they had a stronger life force, but those without a fixed form were the real trouble. Only arcane spells and divine spells could cause real damage to them. Ordinary weapons were useless against them. They could easily pass through walls, roofs, and the ground to launch a surprise attack on their targets. Because they were undead, these guys did not need to eat or rest. They could lurk in the vicinity 24/7, waiting for the moment when you let your guard down and kill you. Clarice smiled and took out a belt buckle full of glass test tubes from her luggage. Here, these are all bottles filled with holy water. If you encounter any undead creatures, just throw them away. The huge amount of positive energy in them is enough to dissolve most undead creatures. Andre didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and wrapped it around his waist. Paladin Katerina also gave Chloe an identical one. The group of 8 quickly packed their luggage and walked along the rugged path after the earthquake. It didn't take long for them to realize that the surrounding air had suddenly become cold. The nearby weeds and trees had all withered to varying degrees, and the ground was also emitting a rotten smell. Tarsia squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. She sniffed it and warned with a serious expression, "The invasion of negative energy is more serious than we expected. Prepare the level 1 divine spell, Protection from Evil. I have a feeling that the first wave of battle is coming soon. Then get ready. Buff everyone. I think we've found the entrance," Clarice said as she pointed at the huge crater not far away. Hearing their leader's command, all the priests in the party began to chant their spells, casting protection from evil on everyone. In just half a minute, everyone was covered in a layer of silver magic barrier. It could play a protective role in battle, as long as it was a creature of the evil alignment that launched an attack. No matter if it was a physical attack or a spell, it would be deflected by the shield. Also, it could last for a very long time. It was a very practical spell that was recorded in both divine and arcane spells. Unfortunately, Andre hadn't learned this spell yet, so he accepted the priest's kindness with a smile. Then he cast mage's armor on himself and Chloe. At the same time, he took out a bottle of holy water and smeared it evenly on his arrows and melee weapons. This liquid contained divine power and positive energy. For a few hours, the weapons and arrows would be buffed with the level 1 divine spell, Blessing of Weapons. This would cause extra damage to undead creatures. After finishing all the preparations, Katerina swiftly tied a rope around a large tree that would require 4 people to surround. She was the first to jump down, with the twin sisters holding shields in their hands being the second and third. The members of the Holy Church followed closely behind, one after another. It didn't take long for everyone to enter the pitch-black underground. Seeing that everyone had left, Andre took out a bottle of invisibility potion and handed it to the girl behind him. He took a deep breath and said, "Remember, if there's any danger later, drink this immediately and turn around to leave. Don't hesitate. With your current level, you'll only be a burden even if you stay." "I know. I'll treat myself as a soldier and obediently obey orders. I won't do anything else." After saying that, Chloe pulled the chainmail on her body and gave him a kiss. Then she grabbed the rope and entered the pitch-black hole. "I really hope she does what she says, or I'll have a headache," Leyland muttered to himself. After muttering to himself, Andre quickly followed the rope and entered the hole. With the night vision granted by his fire elemental bloodline, he quickly saw the surrounding scenery clearly. Even the rats that were running away quickly in the distance were no exception. His orange-red eyes seemed to be able to see the heat emitted from the bodies of every living thing in the darkness. It was almost like infrared vision. With the help of the faint light above, Clarice turned around to count the number of people. She then waved her hand lightly, and the members of the Church of the Goddess of Dawn drew their weapons and formed a battle formation. Paladin Katarina, who held a great sword and a torch, walked at the front. She wore 3 layers of plate armor that represented the best craftsmanship in Linton City. It wouldn't matter even if she was hit by a sword. As for the torch, it was used for illumination and also for warning. The moment an undead appeared or the air became thin, the torch would be extinguished in an instant. Andre didn't pay attention to the actions of the others. He focused on looking at the floor plan in his hand, constantly looking around. It took him a full 5 minutes to confirm the location of the hole. He lowered his voice and pointed to the floor plan. "We're now at the northwest corner of the maze. If we want to reach the sealed land, we have to reach the center of the maze. However, after 1,000 years of baptism, I've noticed that the walls have collapsed in many places. There are also some places blocked by roots and vines. It won't be easy to reach the destination." Clarice shrugged indifferently. "I was prepared to face difficulties when I came. You just need to point me in the right direction." Chapter 214. East, which is the direction we're currently facing. Remember to be careful when you walk. The map shows that there are many traps nearby, especially a huge stone ball hidden behind a wall. If you don't want to be crushed into meat paste, it's best to pay attention to your feet, Andre said, as he pulled back the pulley crossbow and inserted a cold arrow into the groove. "Did you all hear that? Pay attention to your feet. I don't want to hear anything other than footsteps and breathing. Let's go." Following Clarice's command, the team of 8 began to carefully move forward along the dark tunnel. In order to avoid accidentally stepping on traps and being wiped out, they kept a distance of more than 2 meters from each other. Moreover, they all had ropes tied around their waists. Even if there were traps on the ground, they wouldn't lose their lives. Even though they were already so careful, accidents were still unavoidable. After advancing for less than 300 meters, a tile under Katarina's feet suddenly caved in. Following that, the wall in front of them slowly opened, and a huge stone ball over 3 meters in diameter was pushed out by a mechanism. It quickly rolled down the slope of the ground, making a series of rumbling sounds. "Oh, heavens! Run! Run!" Andre shouted as he grabbed Chloe's hand and turned to run towards the back. He knew very well that if such a huge stone ball rolled over him, all the bones and organs in his body would be instantly destroyed. His head would be directly crushed, and there would be no chance of survival. seeing the stone ball increasing in speed due to the slope of the ground, Clarice shouted as she ran, "Damn it! Hurry up and think of something. The stone ball behind us is about to catch up. If we keep running like this, we'll all be crushed to death in a few minutes." "My apologies, madam. Perhaps if we were in an open space, I might be able to do something. But right now, let's use all our strength and run as fast as we can. While we're at it, let's pray to the goddess that there will be a fork in the road ahead for us to escape. Otherwise, we're dead meat," Andre said with a bitter smile. He clenched his teeth and pushed his explosive power to the limit. Under such circumstances, no one could stop the terrifying kinetic energy of a stone ball that weighed several tons. At least, it was impossible with the magic that he had mastered. Everyone ignored the rope that was swaying in the wind. They all knew very well that it would take at least 3 to 5 seconds to climb up the rope to a safe position. It would take much less time for the stone balls behind them to catch up and crush them to death. Paladin Katerina, who was running at the very back, even threw away the greatsword in her hand in order to run faster. It couldn't be helped. Her full body armor was already extremely heavy. If it weren't for the explosive strength in her muscles, she would have been crushed into a meat patty by now. At this critical moment, Andre, who was rushing at the front, suddenly found a relatively steep slope in front of him. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Quick! As long as we can climb up, we'll be saved." Although the stone ball could easily climb over the small slope with the accumulated kinetic energy, it had already thought of a solution. Therefore, when it climbed halfway, it immediately stopped and chanted a spell. Rumble, accompanied by a huge roar, dust fell from the top of the tunnel. Along the way, no matter if it was stones or vines, they were all crushed into powder. A mouse couldn't dodge in time and was instantly turned into a piece of skin stuck to the ground. Its internal organs and flesh spewed out of its mouth. It was a horrifying sight. Goddess bless us. I don't want to end up like that mouse. Katerina, who accidentally saw this scene, shuddered subconsciously. She instantly burst out with all her strength and rushed more than 10 meters away. Reality proved once again that when humans were faced with a desperate situation, they could often do many unbelievable things. At this moment, her speed was definitely over 100 meters per second. The veins on her originally white face and neck were exposed, showing a strange dark red color. "Now, jump." Andre, who had finally finished casting the spell, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. He raised his finger and shot out a ball of black grease. Obviously, he intended to use the grease spell to reduce the friction of the slope and completely consume the stone ball's kinetic energy. This way, everyone would be saved. Without any hesitation, Katerina gathered all her strength and directly jumped into the air with her acceleration. She glided several meters in the air due to inertia. In an instant, the black grease covered the entire slope with a bang. The next second, the stone ball with a terrifying impact followed closely behind and rolled up the slope. It directly moved a few meters on the grease-covered ground with great difficulty. Finally, it exhausted its energy and slowly fell back down the slope, completely blocking the tunnel. Huff, huff, huff. Seeing that the crisis was over, Andre sat on the ground and panted heavily without caring about his image. Not only him, but the others also lay on the ground, looking at the stone ball below the slope in shock. It was as if they were still recalling the thrilling experience just now. In particular, Chloe, who had never experienced such a situation before, couldn't help but tremble all over. She finally experienced the dangers that adventurers had to face. After all, they had only entered the maze for less than 15 minutes. Who knew what other dangerous situations would happen next? After resting for a few minutes, Andre turned around and gently stroked the girl's face. He asked, "How do you feel? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. I'm very good. This is an adventure. It's simply too exciting." Chloe's eyes sparkled as she replied very excitedly. It had to be said that her nerves were really thick. She had just narrowly escaped death, but not only did she not show the slightest bit of fear, she even seemed a little eager to try. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the ignorant were fearless. After all, there weren't many people who understood physics and medical knowledge at this time, so they didn't understand how miserable it was to be crushed by a giant stone ball. Exciting? Clarice glanced at the mouse that had been repeatedly crushed twice, and its entire skin was stuck to the ground. Her eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. However, she didn't refute, but only shook her head and sighed. Yes, it was indeed very exciting. My legs are still a little weak. Anyway, I have to thank you, young mage. If it wasn't for your help today, this team would probably be covered in corpses. Haha, it's my honor to be praised by a beautiful lady. I hope that in the next exploration, everyone will be more vigilant. I'm willing to bet that the rolling stone isn't the most dangerous trap in this maze. So, before Andre could finish his words, he suddenly realized that a large amount of green light had suddenly appeared in the passage behind him. Chapter 215. With his night vision, Andre could clearly see that these lights were coming from skeletons in tattered armor. They held rusty weapons in their hands and were slowly moving forward. Due to the gathering of negative energy, white gas was coming out of their mouths. Without any hesitation, he got up from the ground and shouted, "Undead, prepare for battle." Damn it! These evil undead creatures really know how to pick the right time. I lost my weapon. Who has a spare? Lend me one. Katerina wobbled as she spoke, struggling to stand up. Perhaps because she had used up too much of her strength, her condition did not look very good. Her face was especially pale, without a trace of blood. "I have a curved sword here. Catch." Andre pulled out the mithril curved sword hanging from his waist and threw it over. Ever since he had suffered a small loss last time, he had been carrying the sharp and light curved sword with him. However, to fully utilize the power of this weapon, he needed to have good martial arts skills. For a mage, it was somewhat difficult to control. Katerina picked up the handle and gently stroked the blade with her fingers. Her face instantly showed an unbelievable surprise. "Oh my goddess! It's made of pure mithril. This is a skill that only dwarven craftsmen have. It's a precious trophy. I hope you'll be satisfied with it. Of course, remember to return it when the adventure is over. All right, let's stop chatting. These undead creatures are here." As the last word came out of Andre's mouth, he raised the pulley crossbow in his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, a cold arrow accurately hit the eye socket of one of the skeletons. The holy water smeared on the arrow burst out with a strong white light, burning away the negative energy that was necessary to maintain the undead. Hit the vital point. Fatal blow activated. Dealt 10 points of normal damage and 6 points of bonus damage to the skeleton. Target's core destroyed. Dead. Received 35 experience points. After a series of messages flashed in his retina, the skeleton that was shot immediately stopped moving and fell to the ground with a thud, turning back into a pile of lifeless bones. Seeing that her fiancé had easily taken out an enemy, Chloe also raised her crossbow and aimed at the skeleton at the front, shouting excitedly, "Go to hell, evil undead!" So, another arrow smeared with holy water pierced through the air and pierced into the skeleton's broken armor. The positive energy exploded with a bang, and the skeleton turned into a pile of white bones. After the 2 crossbow bolts were fired, the group of skeletons finally arrived. Each of them waved their rusty weapons and surged forward like a tide. The undead were born with an indescribable hatred for the living. Therefore, they attacked like crazy, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. For the goddess, for justice, kill all these filthy dead souls. Clarice shouted the battle cry of the church and raised her hand to bless everyone with a level 1 divine spell, blessing. Everyone only felt a flash of golden light in front of their eyes, as if there was something extra in their bodies. Their attacks were more accurate than before, and their will was much stronger. Obviously, this was an AoE spell. Allies within the affected area could enjoy the blessing. Although the effect was not particularly obvious, the advantage was that the area was large enough, which was very suitable for group battles. After completing the blessing spell, Clarice did not rush up to fight like the others. Instead, she once again entered the spellcasting state. After a short few seconds, she raised her hands and shouted, "In the name of the goddess of dawn, Lucia, dispel the undead." Bang, 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 bang. The positive energy that descended from the sky instantly caused the weaker skeletons to explode. Moreover, the skeletons that didn't fall apart seemed to have received a shock as they stood there stupidly. Only a few particularly tall skeletons with two-handed greatswords remained unmoved and continued to attack ferociously. There was no doubt that this was the unique ability of the good faction's priests, dispel the undead. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the priest, the stronger the positive energy released. It was said that those archbishops who were above level 15 could turn powerful undead, such as vampires, into ashes. As a 9th-rank priest, Clarice couldn't do that, but it was more than enough to bully the weakest skeletons. After she cast Dispel the Undead Creatures, there were only less than 20 skeletons left, and they were no longer a threat. The members of the team picked up their weapons and rushed forward to start a melee. The spiked hammers that the priests were equipped with finally played a huge role at this moment. Basically, they could smash the heads of the unhelmed skeletons. Their sternum, leg bones, and arms were also directly broken. In the blink of an eye, several crippled skeletons were created. Of course, the paladins with scimitars were not inferior in the slightest. After all, Mithril had a certain degree of restraining effect on the undead. Coupled with the fact that it was very light and sharp, it did not take much effort to wield it. A giant skeleton over 2 meters tall was completely dismembered in a few seconds. In fact, priests and paladins had a far greater advantage than other professions when facing the undead. Whether it was the ability to dispel the undead or the powerful positive energy spells, they were all the natural enemies of negative energy. Ordinary adventurers would have to put in a lot of effort to get rid of nearly 100 skeletons, but they all died in less than 10 minutes. As the last giant skeleton was smashed into smithereens by the twin sisters, the sudden battle finally came to an end. Andre shot a total of 10 arrows and received 400 experience points. Finally, the undistributed experience points were no longer 0. A few days ago, when he was making magic potions and copying scrolls, he had already used up what little experience points he had left. Therefore, he did not hesitate when he used the crossbow to finish off the skeletons, even if they were dying. Phew, it's finally over. As soon as the battle ended, Clarice directly threw down the shield in her hand. Her whole body seemed to have collapsed as she sat on the ground, panting. Sweat continuously flowed down her forehead, and even her hair was wet. It seemed that she was very tired. I think we'd better rest here for a while. Otherwise, if we encounter danger again, I'm afraid that our stamina won't be able to keep up. Katerina said as she gently stroked the blade of her sword to see if there were any cracks or curls on it after the fierce battle. You're right. We should rest here for a while. This labyrinth is really too dangerous. We have to be 120% alert. Andre said as he shook his somewhat numb arm. Continuously pulling the crossbow put a lot of strain on his muscles, coupled with the crazy escape from before. He felt a little tired. After all, his strength and endurance were originally weak. If he didn't rest, he would soon be unable to concentrate. Chapter 216. Glancing at the exhausted group, Clarice nodded and said, "Then let's rest here for a while. We'll continue to explore in 15 minutes. Also, what's with these skeletons? Did someone break in a long time ago? If I'm not wrong, these should be the skeletons of barbarians. Judging from the degree of corrosion of the weapons and armors, they should be around the same time as the labyrinth was built. Maybe they're the remains of the dead." Andre explained to everyone as he carefully examined the skeletons, armors, and weapons on the ground. He was very interested in archaeology for a period of time before he came to this world, so he had read a lot of information. Based on the size of the skeletons, he could easily tell that they were not ordinary humans. As for the age of the rusty weapons, he could also roughly judge that they were antiques from 1,000 years ago from the rust and the carvings on them. 1,500 years ago, this area was still ruled by the dwarves. The weapons and armors had a strong dwarven style. Whether it was the quality of the steel or the craftsmanship, they were all incomparable to humans. Even if they were rusty, they were still much harder than standard equipment. As long as they were brought to the blacksmith's shop and polished, they could still be used, and they were much better than most of the weapons in Lincoln City. Wow. According to what you said, the dagger in my hand is an antique? Chloe, who was very curious, asked excitedly while holding an exquisitely carved dagger. Of course. They were all carefully crafted by the dwarven blacksmiths. Nowadays, it's rare to see such superb craftsmanship in the human world. If you like it, you can take it with you. When you return to the city, you can let the blacksmith polish it and restore it to its original appearance. Andre replied with a smile. Antique of the dwarves? No wonder my mace couldn't break the rusty longsword. Elabella muttered in a low voice and immediately began to search for weapons that were relatively well-preserved on the ground. Perhaps the dwarven craftsmanship had aroused everyone's interest, or perhaps the antique aroused everyone's desire to collect. The women who were resting on the ground got up one after another and began to search for their favorite weapons in the pile of bones. As for the armors, they were too damaged to find a complete one. Andre did not pay any attention to the women's sudden search for treasures. He stared intently at the floor plan and frowned, thinking about how to reach the center of the maze from another route. After experiencing 2 great surprises in a row, he did not dare to be careless at all, especially with regard to the ancient mechanisms and traps. He marked them one by one with the quill. However, as the records were too crude, it was only known that the red ones on the map represented magical traps, and the blue ones represented physical mechanisms. After so many years of baptism, it was completely unknown which ones were still intact and which ones were completely destroyed. How is it? Can you find a safer route? Clarice asked softly as she walked over with a dagger inlaid with emeralds. Safe. Andre sneered and shook his head. Haven't you noticed? This labyrinth was not only used to protect the seal, but it was also the tomb of those who died in the war. I'm sure that there's a gathering place for the undead hidden in the depths of this complicated tunnel. Clarice's face turned ashen. You mean this place is equivalent to a city of the dead? That's right. Those skeleton warriors are just a small appetizer. What we're going to face next are ghouls, undead demons, ghosts, vampires, and so on. Of course, if we're unlucky enough, we'll meet a real undead spellcaster, such as a lich. It's not easy to create a magic circle that provides negative energy to the undead. It requires at least a level 10 mage to do it alone. Now, I want to ask, are you ready to face the hungry undead army head-on? If not, it's best to retreat first, because the current situation is much more dangerous than expected. Andre was not being an alarmist, but he really did feel the danger. Although it was not as dangerous as fighting an entire ship of pirates alone, it was still not easy. Fortunately, he did not have to fight head-on this time, or at least he would not take the initiative to fight head-on. As for how the priests and paladins of the Church of the Goddess of Dawn judged, it was their own business. If the situation was not good, Andre would definitely escape with Chloe at the first opportunity. As a high-ranking member of the clergy, Clarice was no fool. She naturally understood the meaning behind his words. However, she did not make a fuss about it. Instead, she smiled bitterly and pointed at the huge stone ball at the bottom of the slope. "It's too late. Our path of retreat has been completely blocked. Unless we pass through the center of the maze and find another path, there's no way out." Glancing at the sealed passage, Andre sighed slightly. "It seems that this is the only way. I hope the gathering place of the undead is not on our path. Or else we'll have to kill our way out." Katerina had appeared behind the two at some point. Her gaze was as resolute as ever, and there was not a trace of fear on her face. As a paladin, even if she was faced with an undefeatable evil force, she would not retreat in the slightest. She would only think of ways to destroy it, even if it meant her own death. Andre smiled and put away the floor plan. He kept his mouth shut and did not say a word. He was well aware of how stubborn paladins were, so he did not intend to argue with them. After all, there were still some benefits to having a cannon fodder in the team who was not afraid of death. At a critical moment, they could completely abandon her to save the lives of others. Due to their different values, Andre had always believed that in times of crisis, it was far better to sacrifice a small number of people to fight for a chance to live than to throw away their lives en masse. Although it was somewhat cold-blooded to use cold numbers to calculate the value of life, it was undeniable that only by abandoning all emotions could one make the right choice. Life was precious and should not be wasted. If the person who needed to be sacrificed was himself, then he would be more than happy to embrace death and fate. Following Katerina's extremely unyielding attitude, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The three of them sat on the ground and rested silently, completely losing interest in talking. In the entire team, only Chloe still had a look of excitement. She squatted on the ground and picked through the gems embedded in some weapons with the dagger she carried with her. In just a few minutes, she had filled a small bag. "Look, my dear," she cried, holding the dirty leather bag in her hand. "Look, my dear, we're rich. 23 gems, and all of them have been cut and polished." Chapter 217. You can put them all away if you like, but I have to remind you that the gems in the bag are not ordinary ornaments. Dwarven craftsmen usually use them to enchant weapons. After more than 1,000 years, the energy contained in the gems has probably been exhausted, so the price is only 1/3 of the normal price, or even lower. Andre explained with a smile. Gems in Orire were not just ornaments, but things that contained special power. Every kind of gem stored some kind of energy or had a special purpose, which was clearly noted in the book, Gem Cutting. For example, emerald was used in the formula of magic ink, and it was also frequently used to make magic items related to reproduction, health, and growth. Jasper could enhance one's musical ability, and many musicians and bards regarded it as a lucky stone and amulet. Olivine contained abundant magic energy and was used in a large number of magic items related to protection and enchantment. Generally speaking, the gems that had just been dug out of the mine would first be sent to the spellcasters for selection. Those that were too small or did not meet the requirements would then be sent to the jewelers and become the rings, necklaces, earrings, and other jewelry sought after by the upper class. As for the gems that had been scrapped in the hands of the spellcasters, they usually could not be sold at a good price, because people who knew a little about jewelry appraisal could easily see the problem from the reflection of the gems. Some people even called the gems that had lost their energy the death gems, and it was said that they could bring unimaginable misfortune to the wearer. However, because these gems were cheap, there were still many black-hearted merchants who would buy and process them and sell them to those unlucky people who did not know much. Hearing that the bag contained the famous death gems, Chloe was so scared that she hurriedly threw them away. She nervously rubbed her hands on the chainmail and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I feel like I've been haunted by misfortune." The girl's sad face made Andre very amused. He sat on the ground and laughed. "Ha ha! Well, it's just a rumor. In fact, the gems that have lost their energy have no so-called misfortune at all, except for the dim color." "Really?" "Of course it's true." "Phew, then I'm relieved." Chloe patted her chest twice like a frightened rabbit. Her lively personality was like a ray of sunshine in the darkness, dispelling the haze in everyone's heart. Many people smiled, knowingly, temporarily forgetting the unknown danger ahead. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the group finally set off again, slowly exploring the dark tunnel. In order to prevent accidentally triggering a trap, Paladin Katerina, who was walking at the very front, would poke the ground with a wooden stick with every step she took. The people following behind her would also step on the footprints of the person in front of them. It was almost as if they were walking through a swamp. Andre even summoned his magic pet, Little Eye, to be on guard. He had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before a more difficult battle would come. After all, the negative energy in the air was getting denser and denser. This meant that the team was moving in the direction of the magic formation. Perhaps they would see a large group of undead creatures at the next corner. As the air became colder and colder, everyone began to feel a little nervous. Chloe, in particular, was facing such a situation for the first time. She tightly grasped the rapier at her waist, even though she knew that such a small weapon wouldn't be of much use in the face of the undead. Relying on the weak light of the illuminating spell, the group groped their way forward for more than 40 minutes. Along the way, they first avoided a stone wall that was 15 meters long and full of arrow holes, followed by 2 pits full of spikes. Finally, there was a magic trap that could shoot fireballs. The last one, in particular, was extremely thrilling. No one knew what the original designer was thinking, but he actually placed a magic storage device in the blind spot of the corner. As long as it felt a source of heat approaching, it would immediately be triggered. In the end, the group could only step on the wall and jump over one by one. However, under Andre's careful observation, these mechanisms and traps had nowhere to hide. One by one, they were discovered. Of course, the church also contributed a lot, especially the level 2 divine spell Detect Trap, which could instantly make all the mechanisms, traps, and hidden doors within the range of the spell to show a red light. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately ask the priests who had memorized the spell to release it. Finally, they arrived at the end of the passage without any obstacles. To be exact, there was a heavy stone gate in front of them. On the gate, there was a human face, and below it was written in the common language, "The gate of wisdom only allows the wise to pass. If you are confident in your wisdom, please put your hand in my mouth." "What does this mean?" Chris frowned and asked. Andre took out the map and carefully compared it. He shrugged and said, "It's very simple. Just like the literal meaning, this gate requires wisdom to pass through. Maybe it's a riddle, or maybe it's a little game. If we succeed, we can pass through. If we fail, then we have to be prepared for punishment." Punishment! Chloe's exuberant curiosity began to stir again. Her eyes were shining with excitement. do you see those tubes behind us? Andre pointed at the blackened tubes on the wall behind them. If they fail, they will spit out scorching flames and burn all of us alive. Chloe was so scared that she quickly shrank her neck and cursed in a low voice. Damn it! The person who designed this must be a lunatic. Only a lunatic would roast people like a suckling pig. Chris patted the girl's shoulder and explained, this maze was built by the half-elf archmage at that time, Orlando Watts, so it's not surprising that it has a test of intelligence. Don't worry, just leave it to your handsome fiancé. Ordinary riddles and games can't stop a wise mage. Am I right? Facing the playful eyes of the female priest, Andre put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Thank you very much for your compliment, but for safety's sake, it's better for the rest of you to step back. The Archmage's way of thinking is different from normal people. I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. The ring on his hand could perform short-distance teleportation. If he accidentally failed, he could be transported to a safe place. Chapter 2:18. It could be said that Andre was already in an invincible position before this battle of wits had even begun. His only worry was that he would implicate others. Since you insist, we'll retreat to the back and wait for the results. Clarice waved her hand and led everyone to a safe distance. Seeing that his worries had been resolved, Andre moved his nimble fingers and directly put his left hand into the face's mouth. In an instant, the gaping mouth suddenly closed, and his left hand was firmly stuck inside. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. It was obvious that this was a trap set up by the designer to prevent anyone from escaping. After all, for most spellcasters, their hands were the necessary medium to cast arcane spells or divine spells. Once one of them was trapped, there was a 70% chance that the spell would fail. As his left hand was fixed, the huge face carved out of stone let out a low and hoarse voice. Welcome to the door of wisdom. Please put down your sword and stop casting spells. Any attack here will be reduced to nothing. Only wisdom can allow you to move forward. Young mage, are you ready to face the test? Yes, I'm ready. Please begin, Andre said calmly. Let's start with the simplest one. Please listen carefully. You look at me, and I look at you. But you look with your eyes, and I don't have to, because I don't have eyes. You can speak, and I can speak. But you speak, and I don't. Only my lips open and close. Guess what am I? The face quickly gave the first riddle. Obviously, the answer is a mirror. Andre didn't even think about it, and answered directly. A low-level riddle, like this was too easy for him. He didn't even need to think about it. The human-like face showed a hint of surprise, and then said, looks like you're a rare smart person. Ordinary riddles won't be difficult for you. But that's okay. I like smart people. Now, let's move on to a slightly more difficult one. Once upon a time, a boy went for a walk with his girlfriend by the river. Suddenly, his girlfriend fell into the river. The boy quickly jumped into the water to look for her, but not only did he not find her, his legs were entangled by the seaweed. He kicked the seaweed with all his might, struggled to swim to the shore, and sadly left the riverside. A few years later, he revisited the old place. At this time, he saw an old man fishing. However, the fish that the old man caught did not have any seaweed on it. He asked the old man why there was no seaweed on the fish. The old man said, "This river has never had any seaweed on it." At this point, the boy's face suddenly changed. He turned around and jumped into the water to commit suicide. Why? After hearing the second question, Andre could not help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. This was because this was not a riddle, but a logical deduction. He frowned and pondered for a full minute. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on his face. He smiled and replied, "When the boy knew that there was no algae in the river, He realized that the algae that entangled his foot and was kicked away by him was actually his girlfriend's hair. He chose to commit suicide in grief and self-blame. It had to be said that this answer made one's hair stand on end. When Crowley, who was hiding far behind, heard this, he couldn't help but shiver. The other girls also had goosebumps all over their bodies. After a short moment of silence, the stone face curved its mouth and nodded in satisfaction. Completely correct, exactly the same as the correct answer. Young mage, it seems that your intelligence has exceeded my expectations. Now, there is one last question. You can choose to answer a slightly more difficult logical deduction, or you can choose to play a round of wizard cards with me. Of course, the latter is more difficult than the former. However, after you win, other than being able to pass through the door, you will also receive an additional small gift. Now, please make your choice. Can I ask in advance, what is this so-called small gift? Andre asked in confusion. He did not understand at all. In this ancient underground maze, there was a strange reward. Wasn't this place built to protect the seal at the center of the formation? The stone face seemed to have seen through Andre's thoughts. It smiled and said, "Of course. My creator was very fond of intelligent juniors, so he specially added some special content in the process of construction. The wizard cards are one of them. Once you obtain the final victory, you will be able to draw one card from all the cards to take away. For example, if the card you draw is a castle, then you will be able to summon a real castle in the open space. If you summon a knight, then you will be able to summon a real knight. No matter if it is the body or soul, it will be no different from a normal person. How about it? Do you want to play a round?" "Of course. Why not? But before that, you have to explain the rules to me. You have to know that this is my first time playing this game." After knowing the reward, Andre did not hesitate to choose the latter. This was because whether it was turning something into a card or turning it into a physical object, there was no doubt that it was something that could only be done by the legendary level 9 magic, wishing spell, that had been lost in history. For a mage, this was simply an irresistible temptation. He could even feel his heart beating violently. The fire element in his body was gradually boiling, and his eyes were like two balls of raging flames. First time? Oh my God! Don't the mages nowadays play wizard chess? The stone face exclaimed in shock. Andre helplessly spread out his hands. "Yeah, I've never seen wizard chess before, let alone played it. I guess it's like many arcane skills lost in history. Oh, this is a disaster. If the creator was still alive, he would be very sad." The stone face lowered its eyelids in dejection. It was obvious that it was the same as the statue at the entrance of the Magic Association in Lincoln City. It had opposing personalities, emotions, and the ability to think. It was a special creature created through magic. After reminiscing about the decline of arcane magic, the stone face quickly began to explain the basic rules of the wizard cards. First of all, both sides had a 5-story wizard tower. The ultimate goal of the battle was to completely destroy the opponent's tower. Secondly, there were many types of cards. There were all kinds of spells, as well as all kinds of strange summon creatures. Both sides would attack according to a turn-based system. When there were summoned creatures on the field, they could not directly attack the wizard tower. However, once all the summoned creatures were killed or returned to the card after a certain number of turns, one side could launch an attack on the wizard tower. Each attack would destroy one floor. If all 5 floors were destroyed, then the side would lose. Chapter 219. Of course, apart from that, there were also some spells that were used to strengthen the castle. Both sides would draw 7 cards in the first round, and 1 card for each subsequent round. If they drew the Joker, they could draw 2 more cards in that round. If they drew the Grim Reaper, they would not be able to draw any more cards in 2 rounds. This was a game that tested one's luck, adaptability, and tactics. It sounded very interesting, and Andre's interest was piqued. Even Chloe, who was standing a safe distance away, had temporarily forgotten about the danger. Her eyes were wide open as she watched the battle that was about to begin. Remember, every wizard card has a detailed description. You only need to read it carefully to understand all of its functions. That's all I have to explain. Are you ready now? Suddenly, two large hands stretched out from both sides of the stone face, and at the same time, two sets of bronze cards inlaid with rubies were placed in the middle. Each of them emitted a faint magical energy. It was obvious that they were not ordinary cards, but some kind of special magic item. Andre raised his right hand and made a gesture of affection. Let's begin. I can't wait to try it myself. I hope it won't be too disappointing. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. Wizard cards are a game invented by the legendary wizards of the ancient magic civilization. It has always been known for its myriad of changes. You won't be disappointed. Now, I announce the start of the game. As the stone face shouted, a dazzling white light suddenly shot out from the originally dim passage. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. When the light gradually faded away, they were shocked to find that the environment around them had changed from underground to a plain. Two 5-story towers stood on the ground. One of them had a red flag, and on the top of the tower stood a stone face, while the other had a blue flag. Andre was also standing on the top of the tower. Such a magnificent and gorgeous scene made Crowley so excited that his entire body trembled. With a face full of common sense, he muttered to himself, "Oh, heavens! This is incredible! This is unbelievable! It is indeed magnificent. Half-elf Orlando, what truly lives up to his reputation as an archmage closest to the legendary level. His magic attainments can be seen just from his illusions alone." Clarice narrowed her eyes and sighed in admiration. "Illusion? Are you saying that everything we see now is fake?" Chloe asked with her mouth wide open in shock. Clarice smiled and nodded. "Yes, child. It's all visual deception. As long as you reach behind you, you'll immediately find a wall." "Really?" Chloe was skeptical. She took a few steps back and was blocked by an invisible wall. She quickly turned around and patted it carefully. Soon, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. "Goddess of Dawn, there really is a wall here. We've been in the underground tunnel all this time. All right, don't make a fuss. Illusions are widely used. Many ancient ruins like to use illusions to confuse intruders. Now, let's focus on the game." Clarice pulled the girl to her side and silently observed the changes in the situation. At this moment, both sides on the field had drawn 7 cards each. A huge 6-sided die fell from the sky and rolled on the ground. After a few seconds, it stopped with 3 points facing up. According to the rules of the wizard cards, odd numbers were red first, and even numbers were blue first. The stone face won the first round of the game. He did not hesitate and directly drew another card from the deck. Then he raised the card in his hand and shouted, "Summon, Orc Warrior! Summon, Kobold Sorcerer! End of turn!" In an instant, a tall, gray-skinned orc with a green face and fangs appeared on the plain with 2 battle axes in his hands. At the same time, a kobold sorcerer appeared with a staff in his hand. Obviously, this was the stone face's arrangement for the first round. According to the rules, the summoned monster could not attack during the summoning round. Therefore, after the summoning ended, he decisively ended his actions. Although it was the first time Andre played a wizard card game, he had played many card games before transmigrating, so he did not feel unfamiliar at all. He directly drew 3 cards and shouted, "Summon, Human Warrior X3. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 fully armed human warriors with swords and shields appeared on the plain. According to the special attributes of the cards, the human warriors had the ability to cooperate in defense and attack. With each additional companion on the field, the attack power and defense power would increase a little. Therefore, when the three of them appeared on the field at the same time, their attack power was already slightly higher than the combined attack of the kobold, sorcerer, and orc warrior. However, Andre did not stop there. He drew another card. Use the magic card Sentry Tower. My summoned creature's defense power will be doubled for 5 rounds. End of turn. Staring at the tower and the human warriors that appeared out of thin air, the stone face slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. You're using a combination card right from the start? Young mage, it seems that you're much smarter than I thought. However, it's not a good thing to use cards so recklessly. No, you're wrong. These cards are tools that must be used in the pursuit of victory. If you pay too much attention to them, you'll be restrained. By the way, your strategy is too conservative, so I'm definitely going to win this game. Andre retorted with a contemptuous smile. Ha ha, since you're so confident, then let me test it out a little. The stone face took a card from the deck, then drew another 2 cards from his hand and raised it high. Use the magic card. Wild Awakening on the orc warrior. Use magic enhancement on the kobold sorcerer. In an instant, the orc that was already exceptionally tall expanded rapidly, becoming a monster that was more than 2.5 meters tall with exaggerated muscles. Its eyes were blood red, and it raised its neck and roared angrily. Roar. The kobold sorcerer was not to be outdone. The scales on its body were dark red, and a sparkling gem appeared on its hardwood staff. After everything was done, the stone face pointed at the sentry tower on the ground. Attack! Following the command, the kobold sorcerer raised its staff and loudly chanted a spell. After a few seconds, a fireball was shot from the top, directly blowing the outer stone wall of the sentry tower into smithereens. The orc warrior also activated his special ability, Berserk. Coupled with the Wild Awakening from before, his attack power was more than doubled. He was like a human bulldozer, charging up and heavily injuring one of the human warriors. Although the other 2 warriors tried their best to stop him, they were unable to save their comrade's life. Chapter 220. The human soldier whose HP was almost depleted turned into white light and entered the card graveyard. Unless he was revived by a magic card, this card could not be drawn again until the end of the game. The round is over. You see, I only used 4 cards to defeat your combination card. I hope you can be more careful from now on, or this game will be over soon. The stone face said proudly. Andre ignored his opponent's provocation and quickly finished drawing the cards. He raised one of the cards with a strange smile on his face. Summon. Knight. What? Knight. Damn it. How could you be so lucky? The stone face cursed loudly in exasperation. This was a powerful advanced summoned creature. Normally, it would have to fulfill some prerequisites, such as sacrificing a creature on the field. The prerequisites for a knight was that there must be 2 human soldiers on the field. In the blink of an eye, a knight with a long spear and shining armor appeared on the ground. He held the reins of his horse tightly and released a powerful aura from his cold eyes. According to the rules, if there is a human soldier in the card graveyard after the knight enters the battlefield, then he can launch an attack in this turn. Am I right? Andre asked in a tone that was asking for a beating. The stone face clenched its teeth and nodded. Yes, you can launch an attack this round. Hee, then I won't hold back. Knight, attack orc warrior. Human soldier, attack kobold. Without any hesitation, Andre gave the order. Following the neigh of the war horse, the knight was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly dashing on the battlefield. In just a few seconds, he rushed to the front and stabbed his spear into the orc's chest. With the powerful attack, of an advanced summoned creature. The knight sent the orc into the card graveyard in an instant. On the other side, the weak kobold sorcerer was also killed by a human soldier. Since there were no more summoned creatures on the field, another soldier directly rushed to the front of the tower and destroyed the first floor. One had to know that the mage tower only had a total of 5 floors, which meant that it could only withstand a maximum of 5 attacks. The game had only just begun, and one of the parties had already fallen into a dangerous situation. If they couldn't turn the situation around, then the disadvantaged party would be swept out of the game in 4 more rounds. Andre said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "You're right. It seems that this game is really over. There are no summoned creatures on the field, and no defense. I really don't know what cards you have to turn the tables. Maybe it's a good choice to surrender. What do you think?" "Don't be so proud, young mage. I don't believe that your luck will always be so good." Although the situation was not optimistic, the stone face still did not intend to surrender. Perhaps when it was created, it was programmed to never give up. So even if the situation was unfavorable, it would persevere until the end. I respect all the strong-willed guys, even if they are an alternative life created by magic. I hope that you can bring me a little surprise and excitement in the next round. All right, that's enough nonsense. End of round. Andre finished speaking and bowed slightly to the opponent. In his opinion, although the wizard card game was very complicated, there were too few people participating and many tactics and combinations had not been developed. After all, the minimum requirement to play the wizard card game was to master a level, 1 arcane spell. This meant that only official mages and sorcerers could participate, and the longer the game lasted, the greater the consumption of magic energy. After only 2 rounds, Andre found that he had already used up a level 1 spell slot. In order to ensure that he had enough spells to protect himself in the later rounds, he had to speed up the pace and quickly defeat his opponent, not giving the stone face any chance to turn the tables. Of course, all of this depended on the outcome of the card draw. If the opponent was lucky enough to draw a powerful card, then it could very well turn into a long war of attrition. Summon gnomes of the earth, summon dwarf defenders, summon centaur archers. Use magic card mountain. Use magic card headwind. End of round. The stone face did not hesitate to use up most of the cards in his hand, leaving only 1 card that he held tightly in his hand. It was obvious that he was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for a better card to turn the tables. 2 of the cards that could change the terrain and climate were used to limit the attack power of the knight, so that the knight could not kill in 1 blow. It had to be said that this move was quite disgusting. It was a classic example of, if I'm not having a good time, then no one will have a good time. Andre looked at the situation on the field with an ashen face, took a deep breath, and directly drew a card from the deck. After reading the description of this card, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a playful face, "I'm very sorry. Although you've done your best to stall for time, I'm afraid this round is about to end. 2 human warriors on the sacrificial field. Summon catapult, using magic card attack transfer. 2 human warriors just entered the graveyard. So this round the knight has 3 chances to attack, and all of them are transferred to the catapult, and the catapult can bypass the summoned creatures and directly attack the wizard tower. So my tower is about to have only 1 floor left." The stone face finished the second half of the sentence angrily. "Ha ha, that's right. Your tower is about to have only 1 floor left. Attack! Catapult!" Andre laughed and gave the order. The catapult on the field suddenly tightened, and 3 huge stones were shot out in succession. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 deafening sounds, the arrow tower that was more than 10 meters tall was reduced to the height of a 2-story building, and it looked as awkward as it could be. Just as the dust and smoke dispersed, The stone face instantly revealed a cold smile and directly flipped the card in his hand and shouted, "Magic card activate. Death's revenge. I request revenge for the attack just now." Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 loud sounds were heard, and 3 floors of Andre's wizard tower were destroyed at once. However, he did not show the slightest bit of panic, and took his time to draw the last card, and loudly announced, "Everything is over. You have no more cards in your hand, so you can no longer make any counterattacks. All the creatures on the sacrificial field, and all the cards in my hand, activate the double-edged sword of magic card. Let our tower lose 1 floor at the same time." Chapter 221. As soon as he finished speaking, the card suddenly burst out with a bright light, followed by the summoned knight and catapult directly entering the grave. The remaining cards in his hand were also devoured. The towers on both sides began to collapse at the same time. After a minute, only the top of the tower with the blue flag was left on the illusory battlefield. Without a doubt, Andre had won this game. Although the process was not easy, it was still a daunting experience without any mishaps. The stone face looked at the ruins under its feet and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! What a wonderful battle! Young mage, you win." Andre put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you. Please fulfill your promise. I can't wait to see how you turn a card into a real thing." "Of course, I will fulfill my promise, but before that, you have to draw a card. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you draw a useless card, then you can only blame yourself for using up all your luck." The stone face cursed viciously. Obviously, it was not convinced of its loss just now, thinking that luck was not on its side. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been decided in just a few rounds. A wise man once said, "Never blame your failure on luck, because luck itself is a part of your strength." Now, I'll give you this saying. After saying that, Andre did not even look at it. He directly pulled out a card from the thick stack and held it between his index and middle fingers. In the blink of an eye, all the illusions disappeared in an instant, and the scene returned to the dark and cold underground tunnel. His left hand was still stuck in the stone statue's mouth, unable to move at all. The 2 eyes of the human face suddenly shot out 2 rays of white light, forming a complicated and delicate pattern on the back of the card. A terrifying magic energy surged in the air, and even the negative energy was forcibly driven away. The whole process lasted for a full minute before it slowly stopped. At this moment, the life created by magic seemed to have exhausted all its strength. It panted and said, "Okay, now you can turn this card over. I also want to know if your luck this time is as good as before." "As you wish." Andre flipped the card over calmly. There was a woman in leather armor holding an oak cane and painted from head to toe. Beside her was a line of small words written in the common language: "The great child of nature, the druid favored by Mother Nature." "Sigh, you're really lucky to have drawn the son of the blue wolf, Nina. Summon her. I believe you'll need her abilities soon." The stone face sighed and suggested, "Son of the ash wolf." Andre stared at the wild-looking female elf on the card and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Don't tell me that every card here is imprisoning an entity?" The stone face shook its head tiredly. "I don't know. All the sorcerer cards were created by the legendary sorcerers of the ancient magic civilization. There were hundreds of sets of cards in total, and it was said that there was a huge secret hidden within. Just now, we were playing the Ruby set, which is an entry-level card set. My creator discovered a level 9 arcane spell, the wishing spell, which could materialize low-level cards. He couldn't tell whether the cards were created out of thin air or the original cards were imprisoning entities. Then it tapped the card with its thick stone finger. The Son of the Blue Wolf is a rare spellcasting profession in the Ruby set. She's different from the other cards. She has her own name, which means that she's unique. After being summoned, her profession level is not fixed. She can be upgraded as her master's level increases. She's a very useful helper. Most importantly, she'll completely obey your orders, even if it's against her own will. Sounds good. But I have another question. Is this druid called Nina a magic creation or a living elf? Andre asked this mainly to determine his attitude in the future. After all, the situation of dealing with a magic creation and a living elf was completely different. The former was just a tool that could be sacrificed when necessary. The latter, on the other hand, was a real intelligent creature with an independent personality and thought. She had to be treated like a normal person. Don't worry. The Son of the Blue Wolf is a real elf of the forest. Her body and soul are intact. Even her fertility is no exception. All right, let's stop chatting. I've just used up too much of my power to cast a spell, and I'm about to fall asleep. I'll give you this set of ruby cards as a gift. Goodbye, young sorcerer. May you go further on the path of magic. As the stone face's voice became lower and lower, it finally became a dead silence. Then, the heavy stone door made a series of creaking sounds and began to slowly descend. The mechanism of the left hand was also released. In just half a minute, a narrow passage appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the danger was over, Chloe, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed forward like the wind and shouted excitedly, "Dear, summon the Son of the Blue Wolf. I've never seen a real elf in my entire life." Pinching the girl's nose affectionately, Andre tossed the card into the air. At the same time, he chanted the incantation written at the bottom of the card. "In the name of nature, I summon the Son of the Blue Wolf, Nina." As soon as he finished speaking, the ruby card floating in the air instantly released a dazzling radiance, gradually forming a complex magic array. Not long after, a pair of legs wearing deerskin boots slowly stretched out of the magic array, followed by knees, thighs, a slender waist, a slightly protruding chest, slender arms, and a pair of pointy ears. One by one, appeared before everyone's eyes. It had to be said that this female elf of the forest was very beautiful. She had a head of long silver-white hair tied up by an unknown green vine, forming a beautiful ponytail. Her eyes were also silver-white, and her two hands tightly gripped an oak cane that was 2 meters long. She wore old leather armor, and her exposed skin was covered in large amounts of green paint. She gave off a very mysterious feeling. After the female elf had completely passed through the summoning formation, the light of the formation suddenly dimmed. Just when everyone thought it was over, a huge white wolf suddenly sprang out from the center of the formation, proudly raising its head and howling wildly. Chapter 222. Awoo! Along with the howl, Nina finally came back to her senses. She patted the head of the giant wolf lightly and knelt down on one knee in a very respectful manner. "Master, the Son of the Blue Wolf is loyal to you. This winter wolf is called Michelle. She is my animal companion." "Wow, so this is an elf. She's so beautiful." Chloe, who was bursting with curiosity, shouted happily. In order to clearly see the difference between humans and elves, she almost stuck her entire face to Nina. Facing a young girl approaching, Nina did not show the unique arrogance of elves. Instead, she smiled in a friendly manner and said, "Human girl, you are also very beautiful." "Hee hee, thank you. Can I touch your ears?" Seeing that the other party was very friendly, Chloe immediately made a further request. At this moment, her two eyes were shining with a strange light. There was no doubt that she was overly excited. However, she did not know that the ears of elves were usually one of the most sensitive parts of the body. other than the closest friends and lovers. No one else would even think about it. Andre obviously knew this and immediately stopped Chloe from further intimate actions. All right, stop fooling around. You have plenty of time to be intimate with Nina in the future. For now, it's better to be honest. We have more important things to do. In fact, after the summoning was completed, a large amount of information had already popped up in Andre's vision. You've obtained a follower. Her level will increase according to the number of missions completed, but will never exceed your current level. Name: Nina Race. Elf, Forest Elf. Alignment: absolutely neutral age. 112 just reached adulthood. Attributes: Strength, 14 Agility, 15 Vitality, 11 Intelligence, 10 Perceptive Sense, 17 Charm, 10 Profession. Druid level 5. The number of missions required to upgrade to the next level is 5. Number of memorizable divine spells. Level 0. 5 level 1. For level 2. 3 level 3. 2 health points. 34. Healthy, mastered abilities. Walk through the forest. Druids are blessed by nature and can freely travel through the thorny forest. Many spells that restrict their freedom of movement are ineffective, such as entanglement, grease, and spider web. Animal companion can summon a wild animal as a companion and comrade. Dark vision, elf's talent, allows them to see in the dark, but not as far as dark vision. Ferocious attack. A person with this talent can perform powerful but slightly clumsy moves. Sleep immunity. Elf's talent, completely immune to sleep-type spells. Natural spellcasting. Druids can convert any divine spell into a summoning divine spell. If they didn't prepare a summoning divine spell beforehand, they can sacrifice a prepared spell to cast a summoning divine spell of the same or lower level. Traceless steps. When in the forest or in the wilderness, Druids will become one with nature, leaving almost no traces behind. Hiding and stealth will be especially difficult to detect. Beast form. When a Druid reaches level 5, they can transform into a beast. The higher the profession level, the more times they can transform. Nature's perception. As the favored children of nature, Druids have an extra advantage when fighting in the wild. Whether it's vines, trees, or animals, they can all help a little. Understanding animals and plants. Druids have the ability to communicate with animals and plants. Whether it's a timid mouse or an ancient oak tree, Druids can converse with them and obtain the information they need. Son of the Blue Wolf, Nina's specialty. Whether she transforms into a wolf or her animal companion is a wolf, she will become extraordinarily powerful. Strength, dexterity, and constitution will all increase by 1. Life. Nina was an abandoned elven child. For some reason, the evil winter wolves adopted and accepted her. In the following 90 years, she followed the wolves and hunted everywhere. She slowly understood the true meaning of nature and became a druid. Gradually, she made a name for herself as the son of the Blue Wolf in the north and became an object of respect for everyone. Animal companion information name: Michelle Race. Winter wolf, magic creature. Female, alignment, neutral evil profession. Animal companion level 5. Increases with the druid's level. Attributes: Strength 18 plus 1 Dexterity 13 plus 1 Constitution 16 plus 1 Intelligence 9 Perceptive Sense 13 Charm 10 Health Points 51. Healthy. Special abilities: Dark vision immunity to cold damage. The winter wolf's fur has magical power and can resist all cold damage, including the white dragon's breath, double fire damage, winter. Wolves hate fire and all objects that produce heat. Sharp nose as a canine magic creature. Its sense of smell is 100 times more sensitive than that of a dog. Spit attack can spit out a cone of cold air every day. The higher the level, the more powerful it is. However, this kind of spit will make winter wolves feel very uncomfortable, so they will not use it unless they have no other choice. Looking at this long list of information, Andre's heart immediately burst with ecstasy. He couldn't believe that his luck was so good. Not long ago, he was just thinking about how to solve the problem of healing, and now a druid was sent to him. Most importantly, the druid was completely obedient, so there was no need to worry about betrayal. Although druids were slightly weaker than priests in terms of healing, their powerful nature spells were more than enough to make up for it. Especially with the addition of a strong winter wolf, its battle power was definitely higher than that of a level 5 warrior. After being secretly happy for a while, Andre quickly calmed down and picked up the cards on the table to count. He found that there were a total of 129 cards in this set. Including the elven druid that had been summoned, there were exactly 130 cards. Each card was very old and well-made, and there seemed to be an unknown magic formation hidden within. However, because it was so long ago, the complexity far exceeded the understanding of modern mages. Therefore, after looking at it for only a few seconds, he felt a strong sense of dizziness, and his head felt like it was going to explode. "Hey, wake up! What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale?" Clarice hurried over and asked with concern. Andre rubbed his numb and swollen forehead and replied with a bitter smile, "I just wanted to see the mystery of these cards, and my head almost exploded from the magic formation." "You're really crazy. Didn't you hear what Stoneface said? These Magus cards are relics of an ancient civilization made by powerful legendary mages. Trying to decipher them with your current ability is simply a pipe dream. Hurry up and put them away. We can slowly study them when we get back to a safe place. We still have a long way to go." Chapter 223. After saying that, Clarice gently poked Andre's head with her finger and rolled her eyes. She then led the rest of the church into the narrow passageway. Is this the power of a legendary sorcerer, to be able to embed 20 magical arrays in a small bronze plate? The magical civilization of ancient times is really something to look forward to. Andre muttered softly as he assembled the plate and placed it into his waist bag. He quickly led Chloe and Nina to catch up with the group ahead. The group walked for less than 10 minutes in the tunnel before their eyes opened up. They had entered a ring-shaped underground hall that was more than 100 square meters in size. In the middle of the hall, there were 5 luxurious chairs. On each of the chairs sat 5 dried corpses. They were all wearing luxurious armor and holding weapons inlaid with gems. The long sword in the middle of the chairs, in particular, was shining with a dark red light. There were no signs of rust at all. On the ground was a sentence written in common tongue. "The 5 hero kings rest here. They are the king of the mountain dwarves. Wait, the king of the barbarians. Walter, the king of the beastmen. Caru, the queen of the forest elves, Marianne. And the king of the humans, William I. When the terrifying monster came to the surface to wreak havoc, the 5 kings were the first to abandon their hatred and prejudice. They joined forces to form an army and fought the terrifying monster and its servants in the wilderness outside the border forest for several days. In the end, all of them died in battle without exception. They bought enough time for the goddess of dawn to descend. Finally, the evil demon was sealed, and the souls of the 5 kings were buried here. Generations of guardians protected the seal from outsiders. Foolish intruders, are you ready to welcome the wrath of the hero kings?" As Andre finished reading the last word, the entire hall suddenly erupted with ear-piercing shrieks. 5 translucent green spirits hovered in the air, and the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped. The alert winter wolf Michelle bared her teeth and began to growl threateningly. "Darn it! What's going on?" Chloe asked while trembling. Such a strange scene made her scalp tingle. Her upper and lower lips kept trembling. It was obvious that she was frightened. "Prepare for battle. I believe the 5 hero kings will be revived soon. A huge battle is inevitable. Remember, don't treat them as ordinary skeletons. Every king retains their memories, profession level, and combat ability from when they were alive. Only by defeating them can we move forward. Andre explained as quickly as he could. Then he began to chant the incantation, loudly, ready to go all out. According to his estimation, none of the 5 hero kings were lower than level 10, especially the queen of the forest elves, Marianne, who was obviously dressed as a mage. If she still hid her strength at this time, it would be tantamount to courting death. Paladin Katarina suddenly raised the weapon in her hand and prayed to the goddess she served with a determined look in her eyes. "Great Lucia, you are the first ray of sunshine in this world. Please give me light, give me courage, give me the strength to fight against evil. The souls of the hero kings should not be trapped in this rotten underground. Please allow me to purify their souls in your name and send them to where they should go." The moment the last word fell, a golden divine power containing terrifying energy fell from the sky and completely enveloped Katarina. It took a few seconds for it to end. At this moment, her armor and weapon were shining with a pale golden light. She looked sacred and solemn. Obviously, she used the paladin's special ability, Descent of God. Under the guidance of divine power, the paladin's weapon could not only slash more accurately, but also cause additional magic damage. The other members also understood how dangerous the situation was and began to bless themselves with divine spells. After a while, everyone's body began to shine with the radiance of divine spells. After Druid Nina blessed herself with protection, she directly summoned 2 ferocious wolves and transformed into a giant wolf. It seemed that her title of Son of the Blue Wolf was not in vain. As for Chloe, she did not hesitate to play impassioned music. Everyone who heard it felt their fear gradually leave them. It was as if their hearts were infected by something, and their willpower became much stronger. Just as everyone finished their preparations, the 5 ghosts screamed and burrowed into the broken corpses. After a few seconds, they stood up shakily, their dry eye sockets releasing a red, evil light. Among them, the human king, William I, stood in the middle of the hall. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed at everyone. He roared in a low and hoarse voice, "Intruders! You have disturbed my eternal sleep. I feel anger now, unparalleled anger. You must use your blood to soothe my violent soul. Hero King, I am the servant of the goddess of dawn, Lucia. The purpose of this visit is to check if the seal is intact. You do not need to block our path forward." Clarice raised the goddess's holy emblem and explained loudly. Obviously, she wanted to avoid this meaningless battle because the 5 kings voluntarily became the guardians of the labyrinth after their deaths. To a certain extent, their relationship with the church should be allies, not enemies. However, it was a pity that William I didn't have such thoughts at all. He didn't even bother to reply. Instead, he swung his weapon and slashed at Rode. The terrifying magical sword flickered with a dark red radiance and instantly slashed a hole in the steel armor. Fortunately, the female priest reacted quickly and quickly took a step back. Only a small wound was cut in the middle of her chest, and she avoided the fate of having her intestines cut open. However, the long sword seemed to have a special ability. Not only did it suck up all the blood that flowed out, but it also turned it into life energy and transmitted it to the wielder. William I's body, which was originally like a dried corpse, quickly became ruddy. The red evil light in his eye sockets also increased dramatically. Moreover, his movements were not as jerky as before, and his steps were also more agile. On the contrary, the female priest's face was pale, and her whole body was shaking. It was only a small wound, but it looked like she had been seriously injured. She could not even lift her shield. In just a few seconds, she was surrounded by danger. The others were entangled with the other 4 revived kings, and could not help her at all. At this critical moment, Andre finally completed the arcane spell that he had been preparing for a long time. He suddenly raised his finger, and a dazzling white light flashed between his fingers. In the next second, Chapter 224, Hum. The electric arc, which carried a huge amount of energy, accurately hit William I's chest. The terrifying power instantly charred the area of contact. Moreover, under the effect of the electric charge, William I's legs slowly left the ground and floated in the air, twitching nonstop. If not for the fact that his body had been dead for a long time, he would have suffered a series of serious consequences, such as cardiac arrest. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Of course, electricity was also quite harmful to undead creatures. After all, positive energy, fire, and lightning could all produce high temperatures. They were the natural nemesis of cold and negative energy. Even a formless spirit would have to flee in all directions in the face of fire and lightning, let alone a dried corpse. Rank 3 arcane spell. Lightning spell activated. 31 points of lightning damage dealt to target. Target has been heavily injured and has entered a berserk state. As a series of messages appeared in his vision, Andre immediately rushed over to support Clarice. At the same time, he used the divine spell stored in the secondary health amulet, Heal Minor Wounds. After 3 consecutive treatments, her face finally regained some color. As a wizard, Andre could tell at a glance that the damage the priestess had received was not as simple as it seemed. To be more precise, her life force had been sucked away and transferred to William I's body. This also meant that the longsword glowing with a dark red light had a blood-sucking attribute. It was an evil magical weapon. Otherwise, even a rank 10 professional would be half dead if they took a direct hit from the lightning spell. After all, the arcane spell was so powerful that it could deal between 1 and 6 points of damage per casting level. Andre was now a rank 7 wizard, and the highest damage he could deal was a terrifying 42 points. Even a powerful magical creature, like the winter wolf, would find it difficult to endure. After escaping danger, Clarice immediately took out a dark blue potion from her waist pouch. She pulled out the cork and drank it. Her wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she was back to health. Obviously, this was a high-grade healing potion worth hundreds of gold coins. Countless adventurers would scramble for it, even if her heart had been pierced. As long as she didn't die on the spot, drinking it would save her. After feeling the life force in her body return to normal, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile. "Thank you. I owe you a life." Andre shrugged nonchalantly. "You're welcome. Remember to keep a safe distance from the undead next time. In addition, let me remind you that these 5 hero kings have spent countless years under the corrosion of negative energy. They are no longer the same as before. So, don't hold back when you attack, because they won't hold back either." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The magic pet's small eyes, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately shot out a cold ray, repelling William I, who wanted to rush up and kill him. Sigh. The 5 kings were once heroes revered by tens of thousands of people. The Lincoln City Library still has poems praising them, but now they have become obstacles to our progress. How sad. Clarice sighed as she raised her shield and warhammer in a battle stance. Time is the most ruthless thing in the world. It can make a hero past his prime, but it can also change a person's mind. No one can resist the corrosion of time. Even the gods are no exception, let alone us mortals. After saying this philosophical sentence, Andre no longer paid attention to the priestess. He turned his attention to elven Queen Marianne, because she was the only spellcaster among the 5 resurrected undead. Anyone with a little common sense knew that, once a battle broke out, The first target to be eliminated was the spellcaster. After all, these guys with supernatural powers had terrifying destructive power. Often, a spell could turn the tide of a battle, so they had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be played to death by all kinds of strange spells. But knowing this was one thing. It was easier said than done to concentrate on dealing with a mage who had the protection of his teammates. Several members of the church were immediately entangled by the other three kings. Whether it was the dwarf king, the orc king, or the barbarian king, they were all warriors known for their strength. Not only were they experienced in battles, but their moves were also bold. They forced the women into a panic. Tasia, who was weaker in strength, even had her shield knocked away. She was dodging everywhere in a sorry state. Fortunately, Nina had already turned into a giant wolf and rushed up to interfere with the spell casting. Under her command, the winter wolf Michelle and the two berserk wolves took turns to attack. Although the defensive spells didn't have any effect, at least the success rate of the spellcasting was greatly reduced. The Elven Queen had already failed to cast 2 arcane spells due to their interference. At this moment, she was waving her staff and letting out ear-piercing shrieks. Level 4 Stoneskin, Level 1 Shield, and Level 2 Blur. She actually cast 3 defensive spells in such a short time. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in a low voice. The first arcane spell could resist most physical attacks. The second could defend against magic missiles and provide a layer of invisible energy field. The third one could make the whole figure very blurry. If the naked eye looked at it, there would be countless overlapping images. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Obviously, in the current situation, there were only 2 ways to cause harm to Melianne. The first was to use powerful evocation spells to blast her into pieces. For example, Fireball, Lightning, Melf's Acid Arrow, Ice Storm, and so on could all achieve a similar effect. The second way was to break the defensive spells on the opponent, as described in the book Spellcasting Duel, and then kill the opponent in one blow. The first way was simple and violent, but the disadvantage was that it could easily cause accidental injuries. Whether it was Fireball, Lightning, or Ice Storm, they were all highly destructive spells that could cause mass damage. It was quite dangerous to cast them in a chaotic battle. Although the second way didn't have the danger of accidental injuries, the success rate was not high. This was because Andre only had 1 arcane spell that could remove the defensive spells, and that was the level 3 remove spell. Although this spell was claimed to be able to remove or counter the defensive spells of a single target, and also remove the effects of spells in a large area, it had a very big limitation. That was, the higher the level of the spellcaster, the higher the success rate. Otherwise, even if it was cast, it would be a waste, and there wouldn't be any effect. Chapter 2:25. To give a simple example, if the person who used Dispel Magic was a great mage above level 15, and the target was a mage below level 10, then his spell had an 80% chance of dispelling the magic defense. However, if it was the other way around, then the success rate would instantly drop to less than 15% in an arcane confrontation. The level of the spell was not the only factor that determined the strength of the spell, but also the total amount of energy contained in the spell. And the total amount of energy contained in the spell was closely related to the caster's profession level. In other words, the higher the level of the caster, the more powerful the arcane spell would be. Dispel Magic was one of the best arcane spells to demonstrate this point. Andre could not determine the difference in level between himself and the Elf Queen. If the difference was more than 8 levels, then there was no need to even try. Not to mention that the elves themselves had a certain amount of magic resistance. Just the energy resistance alone was enough to make him suffer a crushing defeat. If the difference between the two of them was less than 7 levels, then he could still give it a try. Anyway, he only remembered Dispel Magic. If it did not work, then he would think of other ways. After thinking about this point, Andre quickly completed Dispel Magic. A faint, white light suddenly fell from the sky and shone on Melian's withered body. Then there was a burst of dazzling light like a flash bomb explosion, and there was a burst of sizzling sounds. The whole process lasted for 3 seconds. When his vision was restored, he was pleasantly surprised to find that all the protective spells on the Elf Queen's body had been completely dispelled. The Winter Wolf, who had always been known for its cunning, saw the opportunity and rushed forward. It bit one of the arms and tore it with all its might. The other 2 berserk wolves also bit the other arm. As everyone knew, due to the loss of water, the body structure of a dried corpse was very fragile. How could it withstand such a torment? In the blink of an eye, both arms were torn off. Without arms, the Elf Queen could not complete the casting action. Without the casting action, the Elf Queen could not cast arcane spells, and the mage would completely lose the threat. Awoo! Nina, who had transformed into a wolf, raised her head and howled. Then she leaped up and threw the Elven Queen onto the ground. She bit the Elven Queen's throat like a real wolf. After all, Melian wasn't a living elf, but a resurrected undead. Her body was just a dried-up corpse, so her dried skin and weathered bones splattered everywhere. It was a disgusting sight. Andre resisted the churning feeling in his stomach, took out a bottle of holy water from his waist pouch, and poured it directly on the ugly head. TSK. Chi. Chi. The holy water, which contained abundant divine power, was like a strong acid. In an instant, it quickly looked down on the skull. The intense pain caused the resurrected Elven Queen to let out an ear-piercing scream. She struggled with all her might and looked to be in great pain. However, the struggle did not last long. After a few minutes, white smoke rose from the dried corpse and gradually formed the figure of a young and beautiful female elf. She smiled at Andre and bowed. Then, with a playful wink, she disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt that the Elven Queen had finally gotten rid of the invasion of negative energy. Not only had she regained her consciousness, but her soul had also left the dark underground maze and went to the kingdom of the elven gods. Holy water caused a total of 70 holy damage to the target. The negative energy in the target's soul has been completely purified. You have gained 3,000 experience points. With a series of messages popping up in his vision, Andre knew that he had dealt with the most troublesome enemy. Now, he only needed to purify those who only knew how to use brute force one by one. Nina, go help the others. I need some time to prepare a spell. He ordered his followers without any nonsense. Awoo! The giant white wolf responded and turned around to lead the pack toward the king of the half-orcs, Karu. Although this powerful warrior's physical body was already dead, his two-handed axe was still swinging vigorously. The twin sisters could not stop his attacks even when they worked together. The round shield made of wood and leather could not withstand the attack of the axe at all. It was split in half in just a few hits. They did not even have the chance to cast a divine spell. It had to be said that Bridget and Daisy were able to hold on for so long because of the divine spells they had cast on themselves. Otherwise, they would have been split in half by the king of the half-orcs. As the four ferocious giant wolves joined the battle, the situation instantly improved. The twin sisters breathed a sigh of relief and did not hesitate to cast divine spells. They almost died under the axe because they were not prepared. Now, they planned to cooperate with the wolves and take down the enemy in one go. Compared to other druids, Nina obviously preferred to use her shape-shifting ability to fight hand-to-hand. Perhaps this had something to do with her experience living with wolves in her early years. Under her command, the three wolves fully utilized the siege tactic to the extreme. As long as there was a chance, they would sneak attack the enemy's feet. Four close combat professionals Once they could not move, it meant failure and death. This was because all the trainers would tell their students in the first lesson that footwork was the foundation of the foundation. Whether it was attacking, defending, or escaping, one could not do without footwork. In a battle, those who were agile in their footwork often had the upper hand. Similarly, those who were agile in their footwork had a higher chance of survival when escaping. Aurère's martial arts had evolved into countless systems after tens of thousands of years of development. But no matter how many changes there were, footwork was always the most important. If a warrior with poor swordsmanship but excellent footwork dueled with a warrior with excellent swordsmanship but poor footwork, the former could easily defeat the latter. After all, the one with good footwork could attack and retreat, while the one with poor footwork would immediately die without a burial place if he made even the slightest mistake. What Nina needed to do now was to first make her opponent lose his ability to move, and then slowly nibble away at him. After living with the winter wolves for nearly 100 years, she had long been familiar with this set of tactics. Just as she was constantly wearing down the king of the half-orcs' patience, André finally completed the spell in his hand. He slowly raised his right hand that was emitting black smoke and chanted in a low voice, "The power of shadows everywhere, please listen to my call and imprison those who are against me. Come out, black tentacles of Igor." Chapter 226. Just as he finished speaking, black smoke suddenly rose from the ground, and tentacles as thick as an octopus emerged from the smoke. In an instant, they wrapped around the remaining 4 kings, firmly holding them in place. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, André did not stop after completing the rank 4 arcane spell, Black Tentacles of Igor. Instead, he continued to cast grease, causing his opponents to sink into a quagmire and unable to free themselves. Even his teammates were affected, and with a plop, they slid to the ground, their bodies covered in black grease. Seeing the wretched state of his enemies, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He elegantly bowed. "Respected kings, I'm very sorry to have to use this method to send you back to the world of the dead. I hope you don't mind. Despicable Magus, if you have the ability, come and fight me fair and square." The barbarian King Walter, who hated magic and loved to fight, roared furiously. He obviously could not accept being defeated in such a manner. There was no blood-boiling battle. There was no collision of blood and fire. There were also no sparks from the clash of weapons. There were only unexpected arcane spells and traps. To any close combat profession, there was probably no more humiliating defeat than this. Not only the barbarian king, but the other kings also roared furiously. André smiled nonchalantly and slowly took out 4 bottles of holy water from his waist pouch. As he walked forward, he pulled out the stoppers one by one and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Thank you. You must know that for a wizard, this is the best compliment. I will remember it in my heart. Enough with the nonsense. It's time to send you on your way. Asterisk chi, chi, chi chi, asterisk, ah." The sound of the holy water corroding the bodies was accompanied by the miserable cries of the undead. Not long after, a large hole was burnt in the heads of the remaining 4 kings, and their souls slowly left their decaying bodies, dissipating into the air like the elven queen. Before the barbarian King Karu left, he tried to rush over and punch André, but unfortunately, he disappeared before he could even get close. "Ha ha, what you just said must have infuriated the Hero King. Thankfully, they have already headed to the countries where they believe in their respective deities. If not, you would definitely be beaten up." Clarice sat down on the ground and mocked him loudly while panting. "Maybe, other than the Elven Queen, I'm confident that I can defeat the rest of the kings, even if they are resurrected. The huge gap between a mage and a warrior isn't limited to the mysterious and ever-changing arcane spells. There's also this. Andre pointed at his own head as he spoke. After killing the other 4 kings, he received a total of 6,000 EXP. Each of them gave 1,500 EXP, which was 1,000 EXP less than the Elven Queen. This showed the huge gap between a spellcaster and a melee class. Just as he was about to pick up the weapon on the ground to identify it, a series of messages suddenly popped up in his vision. You have completed the hidden side quest, Rescue the Hero King's Soul. You have received 3,000 experience points as a reward. This mission's hidden information collection rate is 25%. Your follower has successfully completed a mission. Number of missions required to upgrade to the next level, 4. There's actually a hidden side quest. Andre was slightly surprised. He quickly calculated the rewards from the start of the mission. It seemed that he had received a lot of EXP. The EXP that he had not allocated had increased from 0 to 13,400. He just needed another 10,000 EXP to level up. It seemed that the old saying was true. The effort was proportional to the reward. Although this mission was full of danger, the rewards were equally great. With so much EXP as a foundation, he could definitely try to create a few more powerful magical items when he returned and fully arm himself. There was a famous saying in the Olyre continent that accurately described the relationship between mages and magical items. The original quote went like this: "A mage and a rich mage were 2 different creatures. The former would only become a lousy archer after using up all their spell slots. However, the latter could make an army submit to them just by relying on a large number of magical items. Rich mages were almost synonymous with invincibility. They could use countless scrolls, potions, wands, and summon creatures to completely drown their opponents. At the same time, they could also use countless defensive spells to make themselves invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. Perhaps to a rich mage, the only threat was another mage who was richer than them. Otherwise, unless the difference in level between the two was too great, it was very likely that the victor would never be decided. Andre had always been committed to being a rich mage from the beginning. Therefore, he had always been thinking of ways to earn money. After all, whether it was the parchment paper and magical ink used to copy scrolls, the materials used to concoct potions, or the gemstones and precious materials needed to create magical items, all of them required a lot of money, not to mention other things. Just the precious wood that grew all over the world was extremely expensive. The heart of a sycamore tree that was more than 100 years old was needed to make a storage staff. It cost 5,000 to 10,000 Alliance gold coins. This showed that a mage needed a lot of money to arm himself. The moment he thought of the sky-high prices of raw materials in the Mage Association, Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He quickly collected all the weapons, armor, and accessories left behind by the 5 kings. He was ready to check if there was anything valuable in there, especially that longsword that was emitting a dark red light and had a blood-sucking attribute. It was definitely a treasure that close combat professions would pursue. Following the disappearance of the thick and black tentacles and the effects of the grease spell, another intense battle came to an end. Although no one had died in the battle, there were many who were injured. Even Crowley's arm had been slashed open and was currently receiving treatment from a priest. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and it seemed like the pain wasn't light. However, compared to the others, her injuries were nothing. Paladin Katarina's thigh was cut several times by the Dwarf King's battle axe. If it wasn't for the protection of her skirt armor, she might not even be able to stand. Priest Elabella's back was also cut by an axe. Her white spine was faintly discernible in her muscles. If it had been just a little bit more, her entire central nervous system would have been completely cut off. Even if she didn't die, she would have to lie in bed for a month. Chapter 2:27. The warrior and priest Tasia's abdomen was pierced by the halberd of the Orc King. Blood and intestines flowed out. If not for Andre's timely intervention, her body would have hardened by now. The leader Clarissa's life force was drained by the magic sword. Her face was still pale, and she walked unsteadily. It was obvious that she had lost a lot of blood. The twins were slightly better. Their wrists were only a little bruised, but they were not seriously injured. It could be said that after the battle, they were all heavily injured. The only ones who were unharmed were Andre and the elven druid, Nina. Of course, the winter wolf and Small Eyes did not receive any damage. The former was very cunning, using the two summoned berserk wolves as cannon fodder, while the latter kept shooting cold rays in midair. It would not be easy for others to hit it. The priests washed the wounds with clean water, and then chanted spells to inject holy power into the wounds. After a while, the wounds that would have been fatal on earth were healed. Apart from their pale faces and weak bodies, the wounded were no different from healthy people. Perhaps, apart from fractures and internal injuries that required a period of rest, there was no need to worry about other flesh wounds. As long as they spent some money to hire a priest, the problem would be solved in minutes. What an incredible world! I hope that one day I can understand the principles of all arcane and divine spells, Andre muttered to himself in a low voice. He shook his head and laughed at his own greed and delusion. He began to identify the weapons, armors, accessories, and crowns on the ground. After a period of learning and supplementing, he was now completely different from the ignorant and naive mage he was at the beginning. Most of the time, he could easily identify the function of a magic item just by looking at the magic circle carved on it and the embedded gems. He did not need to use the level 1 arcane spell, Identify, on every item. Identifying magic items was the most exciting thing in the world. It was even more addictive than gambling, taking drugs, and having sex with the opposite sex. It could make people laugh like a madman, but it could also make you so depressed that you did not want to talk for the whole day. Although Andre had not yet indulged in the process, he could still feel his heart racing. Every time he discovered a magical item, he would clench his fists in excitement. But if it was an ordinary weapon or decoration, his face would instantly turn ugly. In more than 10 minutes, he was only able to identify 2 magical items. One of them was a long sword made of fine gold that had the vampiric attribute, and the other was the seemingly inconspicuous staff of the Elven Queen. Its full name was Protection Staff. Not only could it provide the wielder with a layer of invisible energy field to defend against physical attacks, it could also cast several types of protection spells. No wonder the Elven Queen could cast so many protection spells on herself in such a short period of time. So this was the reason. Secondary defense staff. These staffs provided the protection that arcane spellcasters needed. Although most of the spells were low-level spells, they were all very effective. Permanent defensive force field. The wielder of the staff will gain half the defensive power of the mage's armor. Shield technique, once per day. Blur, once a day. Stone skin, once a day. Restrictions. Only warlocks and mages can use it. Gently stroking the uneven surface of the staff, a faint smile appeared on Andre's face. Without a doubt, this secondary defense staff was very suitable for a mage of his level, especially since it could cast the rank 4 arcane spell Stone Skin every day. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Moreover, the staff itself was made of the hardest iron birch wood, which was even harder than steel. The bottom of the staff was also sharpened, so it could be used as a spear. Just as he was admiring the staff, Chloe suddenly ran in front of him, grabbed a crown inlaid with sapphires, and put it on her head. She asked with a smile, "What do you think? Do I look like a queen?" A queen? Andre raised his head and pretended to look at her seriously. Then he smiled and pinched the girl's nose. You look like a princess at most. As for a queen, forget it. As soon as he mentioned the queen, the image of a noble girl wearing a black leather jacket, leather pants, and stockings appeared in his mind, waving a long whip around. It was very strange. Hee hee, a princess isn't bad either. I've seen you pick and choose for half a day. Have you found any treasures? Chloe asked as she squatted down, her eyes shining as she stared at the pile of spoils on the ground. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten about her injuries and finally returned to her original appearance. Andre intimately smoothed the girl's hair and picked up the vampiric longsword. He gently placed it in her hand. This is the most valuable of all the spoils. It can drain the life of the victim and then transfer it to the wielder. What's even more surprising is that it's made of the hardest metal in the world, adamantine. I believe you're not unfamiliar with adamantine, right? Chloe carefully picked up the longsword and excitedly nodded. Of course. Of course I know what adamantine is. It's the rarest metal in the veins of the earth. At the same time, it's also the hardest and heaviest metal. The same weight is 10 times more expensive than gold. Every adamantine weapon is an immortal legend. Hee hee, you're right. This weapon is called the Sword of King's Blood. It's said that William I used his own blood and the fangs of a vampire count to forge it. The dwarven rune masters added a powerful and evil spell to it, and it can drain the life and vitality of the enemy to replenish itself. Clarice walked over from behind without anyone noticing, and smiled as she explained the origins of the sword to the girl. However, from her expression full of disgust, it was clear that she didn't like the Sword of King's Blood. After all, as a priest of the good faction, she naturally rejected vampiric weapons, believing them to be the symbol of evil. Wow. Then doesn't that mean the wielder of this weapon doesn't have to worry about being injured, and doesn't have to worry about not having enough stamina? Chloe opened her mouth wide in shock. Clarice sighed slightly and earnestly said, "In theory, that's correct, but you have to remember that this is an evil weapon. Every time the life and vitality of the victim is transferred to the wielder, it will produce an indescribable pleasure. It's very difficult for ordinary people to resist this temptation, so they'll quickly become addicted to killing and eventually degenerate into cruel mercenaries or criminals. If you don't want to one day become like that, then don't ever use this sword. It'll send you on a path of no return." Chapter 2:28. Chloe was clearly frightened by the scene described by the priestess and couldn't help but shiver. She hurriedly threw the Sword of the King's Blood to the ground and patted her chest. Heavens! That's too scary. I don't want to become like that. All right, since you don't like this powerful magic sword, I'll put it away first and decide what to do with it when we get back to Lincoln City, Andre said as he picked up the sword and put it back into its scabbard, attaching it to his belt. In fact, he had already decided to give the Sword of the King's Blood to Eunice when he returned. After all, she was a half-demon and had a hobby of abusing others. No matter how evil she was, she couldn't be that evil. After putting away the sword, Andre pointed to the two-handed axe, one-handed axe, and halberd on the ground and said, "Although these 3 weapons aren't magic items, they were forged with a small amount of mithril. I see that many of your weapons have been damaged in the battle. So why don't you take them and use them first? It might not be very convenient, but it's better than being unarmed. Of course, you can also change into the armor if you want. Although using weapons goes against the teachings of the goddess Benevolence, we can't care so much at this time. Thank you. I'll return them when we get back to a safe place." Clarice knew that now wasn't the time to be polite, so she accepted his kindness without hesitation. All signs showed that exploring this labyrinth wasn't an easy task. It could even be said that it was extremely difficult. It hadn't even been half a day, and the whole team had already experienced a lot of hardships. Now that they were almost at the end of their rope, they had no choice but to stop and rest. Under the command of the leader, the 3 weapons and 1 piece of armor were quickly put on the team members. As for the remaining armor, it was either too big or too small for the relatively short and slender women. After all, you couldn't count on the barbarians, half-orcs, and dwarves who were over 2 meters tall to wear armor suitable for humans. So Andre could only tear up and throw away the fine and sturdy armor, only collecting some crowns, jewels, and jewelry. After dealing with the spoils, the group began to rest. Since there was no wood to start a fire, they could only eat hard jerky and bread. After filling their stomachs, they all curled up in a corner and slept. Only the elven druid Nina remained alert. Her animal companion, the winter wolf, was lying lazily at the door, opening its eyes at the slightest movement. The reason Nina was in charge of keeping watch was because of the elves' racial characteristics. They didn't need to sleep at all. 4 hours of meditation every day was equivalent to 8 hours of sleep for humans. The paladin Katarina would naturally get up. As for priests, mages, and bards, they didn't need to keep watch at 100% of their battle strength. Resting in the cold and damp underground labyrinth filled with negative energy naturally wasn't very comfortable. To be more precise, it was a nap. Andre felt that his muscles were a little stiff. All the bones in his body felt like they were being smashed by a sledgehammer. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Without a doubt, this was the side effect of staying too long in an area where negative energy was active. If it weren't for the secondary health amulet hanging around his neck, he would have started to feel uncomfortable all over. Within 2 days, he would have contracted a disease or a plague. After complaining about the terrible environment, he moved his stiff arms slightly and gently moved the girl lying in his arms away. At the same time, he took out a small bottle of holy water and drank half of it. Then, he fed the other half to Chloe, who was still unconscious. Holy water was a must-have for those who lived in places where negative energy gathered for a long time. Not only could it cause great damage to the undead, demons, and other evil creatures, but it could also dispel the corrosion of negative energy on the body and have a slight healing effect. Many people who ran around in the wild for a long time liked to carry a few bottles with them. The only pity was that the preservation time was far less than that of magic potions. Generally speaking, it would turn back into ordinary water in a few days to a few weeks. Of course, it wasn't difficult to make this stuff. Any priest who had mastered the first level divine spell, Holy Water of Blessing, could easily make a lot of it. Therefore, the price was usually only about 10 gold coins per bottle. Usually, it was only sold to believers or friends who had a good relationship with the church. After drinking the holy water, Andre felt his whole body warm up. It was as if the discomfort he felt was just an illusion. Chloe's pale face instantly became rosy. She mumbled something in her sleep, turned over, and curled up to continue sleeping. Her cute appearance made Andre laugh involuntarily. He gently kissed the girl's forehead and saw that his blanket was on the ground, so that the girl could lie more comfortably. So consider it. What's the relationship between the two of you? Paladin Katarina, who was sitting not far away, blinked and asked curiously. Obviously, she had rested well and had replaced Nina as the night watcher. Her huge two-handed axe was within her reach. Ever since she lost her two-handed greatsword, she had been using whatever she could get her hands on. After all, sacred samurai were trained according to the warrior's method, so they could use most weapons. As for Nina, who had been replaced, she was sitting in a corner meditating. She had completely blended into the environment. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be easy to miss her. The winter wolf named Michelle was silently guarding her master. Seeing that everything was fine, Andre stood up and stretched. He smiled and replied, "It's a little complicated. When we first met, it was just a coincidence. She was trapped on a pirate ship, and I was carrying out a mission for the Mage Association." Before he could finish, Katerina's face showed a look of sudden realization. "Huh, a hero saving a damsel in distress. I think I know what's going to happen next." "You can say that, but I'm afraid that what's going to happen next will be a little different from what you imagined. We're now connected by marriage. She's my fiancée." As Andre explained, he began to organize his luggage. He took out the crossbows, poisons, and homemade bombs one by one and carefully examined them. In order to ensure that this mission was foolproof, he first made 2 black powder bombs that were 3 times the size of an adult's fist. The composition of the gunpowder was strictly based on saltpeter 75% to 76%, sulfur 10% to 11%, and charcoal 13% to 14%. At the same time, he also used techniques such as flattening and screening to make it into a more powerful granular form. Chapter 229. It took Andre more than 4 hours just to make these 2 5-kilogram iron lumps. Burning the willow twigs into charcoal took a lot of effort, and purifying the saltpeter and sulfur wasn't easy work either. Fortunately, he hadn't returned all his knowledge of chemistry from his previous life to his teacher. After a few twists and turns, he finally made 3 products. One of them had been tested and exploded. Its power was enough to kill living creatures within 3 meters, and the damage from the explosion could spread up to 10 meters away. If they really encountered an undead army, as long as they threw these 2 things out, they could directly blow up a passage and buy enough time to escape. Katerina noticed the 2 huge lumps of metal, and a strange look appeared in her eyes as she asked, "What are those 2 black things? Some kind of powerful alchemy item?" "Yes, they can produce a powerful explosion. They can buy us some time when we encounter danger. But because they can easily injure others, I won't use them unless it's absolutely necessary," Andre said as he quickly stuffed the 2 big things into his backpack. He didn't want others to know about the secret of the black gunpowder. Otherwise, once it was spread out, the whole of Orire would immediately be swept up in a bloody storm. The most important defensive measures of human civilization, the city walls and arrow towers, would instantly lose their effectiveness. The monsters living in the wilderness and forests would flood into the cities and villages, killing and looting. The scene was simply too terrifying. Andre didn't intend to bring human civilization into the age of firearms. He only wanted to use his strength and knowledge of chemistry to make some small things for self-defense. As for what the world would become in the future, it didn't have much to do with him. In any case, as a mage, he would be treated well no matter where he went. While the 2 were talking, Clarice woke up. She took a sip of water from the water bottle beside her and asked softly, "How long did I sleep for? What time is it now?" "About 10 hours. According to the surface time, it should be around 4 in the morning." Andre glanced at the hourglass not far away and replied, "10 hours? Damn it, I actually slept for so long. Quick, wake everyone up. Eat something and get ready. We'll leave in half an hour." Clarice quickly took on the role of leader. She knew very well that she didn't have much time, so she had to race against time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Understood." Katerina nodded without hesitation. She got up and began to wake up the rest of the team members. Perhaps it was because they had lost too much blood in yesterday's battle. Everyone looked a little dispirited and listless. They often had to be repeatedly called out several times before they could wake up. Looking at everyone's tired appearance, Andre frowned and reminded in a low voice, "You should let them rest a little longer. Otherwise, their bodies will collapse soon." Clarice sighed helplessly and shook her head. I know what you want to say, but we can't waste too much time right now. You probably didn't know that many people threw away their rations when they encountered the rolling stone trap. We only have enough food for 4 meals now. Even if we eat sparingly, we will starve in 2 days at most. Damn it! Andre's expression changed greatly in an instant. He gritted his teeth and cursed. As someone who came from the era of information explosion, he knew all too well how terrible hunger was. 1 or 2 days was fine, but after 4 days, a person's instincts would completely turn them into a terrifying beast. They wouldn't let go of anything that could be eaten, even the corpses of their own kind. No wonder the priestess was so nervous. She had already realized that she didn't have enough food with her, so she wanted to speed up and find a way out as soon as possible. Although the magic ring on Andre's hand could be used for short-distance teleportation, there was a prerequisite. Perhaps it could be used to escape, but it was impossible to get out. Thinking of the impending danger, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's your plan?" "Plan?" Clarice smiled bitterly. "What plan can I have? The only thing we can do now is to speed up and try to reach the center of the maze before everyone's strength is exhausted. We can ask for help from the goddess messenger station there. They should be able to teleport us to the surface. It will take at least 3 days to reach the center of the maze, and there are many obstacles. I'm afraid we will be exhausted before we even reach half of the maze." Andre took out the floor plan and looked at it briefly. He immediately rejected this suggestion. It was not a smart idea to ration food in such a dangerous environment. Hunger would distract people's attention, and at the same time cause symptoms such as weakness and weakness in the organs. One careless mistake, and they would die in the terrifying traps. "Then what do you think we should do?" Clarice bit her lower lip hard and asked. She didn't expect so many accidents to happen in the originally foolproof exploration. The danger in the maze was far beyond her estimation. It was completely inconsistent with the information she had received. "It's simple. We will take a shortcut." As he spoke, Andre pointed at a red spot on the map with his finger. "See, there is an explosion trap here. As long as we trigger it, we will immediately break through a layer of the wall. Then we will go through a passage and reach the center. It will only take about 3 hours. If all goes well, we will be able to have lunch on the surface at noon today." "Oh my goddess, you are a madman. Such a violent explosion could very well cause the tunnel to collapse. Maybe everyone will be buried alive." Clarice's eyes widened as she gritted her teeth and growled in a low voice. Andre shrugged nonchalantly. "Either starve to death or be buried alive. It's a very simple choice, isn't it? I personally think that being buried alive is slightly better than being starved to death." Clarice's breathing became rapid. Her eyes were bloodshot in just a few seconds. After a full minute, she nodded with difficulty. "All right, then we will follow your plan. If you have any other tricks, then use them. I will report the truth to the church after this and guarantee that you will receive the reward you deserve." After saying this, she seemed to have used up all the strength in her body. She sat on the ground and covered her mouth with her hand, as if she was silently sobbing. Seeing this scene, Andre gently patted the priestess' shoulder and comforted her. "Relax. You are pushing yourself too hard. I promise to do everything I can to bring everyone out alive." Chapter 230. There was a famous saying that if you wanted to know everything about a person, you had to force them into a corner and secretly observe their reactions. Generally speaking, most people would tear off all their disguises and show their truest side, whether it was the good side, the bad side, or the extreme emotions such as sadness, pain, despair, perseverance, outbursts, etc. Through these, you could see a person from the inside out and figure out what they were good at, whether they could be entrusted with important tasks, whether they would choose to betray their allegiance at a critical moment, and so on. It was obvious that Clarice was in a desperate situation at the moment, but she neither despaired nor completely broke down. Instead, she silently wiped away her tears and continued to take on the responsibility of being the leader. Perhaps women were born with far more endurance than men, although they weren't as strong, sturdy and strong as men, and they usually showed gentleness and weakness once they suffered a terrible blow, such as death, pain, loneliness, hunger, parting, ridicule, and so on. They would instantly erupt with unprecedented strength. Many men couldn't bear the pain, but women could bear it all with their thin and weak shoulders. Andre didn't dare to imagine how much pressure the priestess was under at the moment, but he knew that if it were him, he wouldn't be able to do better. After all, as a man, or rather a boy, he would never be able to truly understand the extremely emotional way of thinking of women. Clarice only used a hug and a few words to soothe everyone's emotions, making them feel refreshed again. Those who needed to pray, those who needed to prepare their divine spells, prepared their divine spells, as if nothing had happened. Of course, Chloe, who was completely unaware of the food crisis, was an exception. Even if the spoiled girl knew, she probably wouldn't understand how terrible hunger was. She even had the mood to fiddle with her harp and play a short piece of cheerful music in her free time. Traps, undead creatures, and now a food crisis. The situation is really getting more and more complicated. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He opened the spell book he carried with him and began to focus on choosing a new spell combination in order to deal with any dangerous situations that might arise at any time. He didn't notice that there was an invisible magical eye in the corner above his head, watching everyone's every move clearly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After the entire team had finished packing, they continued to move forward along the dark and damp tunnel, carefully avoiding the fatal traps and mechanisms along the way. After an unknown period of time, when everyone was exhausted, they finally saw the huge statue embedded into the wall not far ahead. It was simply too conspicuous, and its appearance was that of a giant dragon's head. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that made people shudder. However, this was only the surface. The truly terrifying thing was the magic trap set up inside the mouth. According to the map, the dragon head contained one of the most destructive spells in the entire labyrinth. Every time someone walked in front of it, the gem in the dragon's eye would detect signs of life. Then, 5 level 7 arcane spells, delayed explosive fireballs, would be shot out from the dragon's mouth, guaranteed to blast the unprepared person into minced meat. One had to know that the delayed explosive fireball spell was created for the pursuit of extreme lethality. Even a single shot was comparable to a rocket launcher. If 5 of them were released together, the terrifying energy could even vaporize a person alive. Not even a complete limb would be left behind. It was also because of this that Andre was confident that he could continuously blow up the walls and directly take a shortcut to the center of the labyrinth, staring at the ferocious dragon head. Clarice sighed slightly and turned to ask, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course. This is our only chance." Andre nodded without hesitation. He understood that the female priest was worried that the explosion would be too powerful and that the tunnel would collapse and bury everyone alive. However, he couldn't care less now. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be worse than starving to death. "Then I'll leave this place to you. May the goddess be with us." Clarice finished speaking and pulled everyone back quickly. They only stopped after retreating more than 30 meters. At this moment, the atmosphere in the group was extremely tense. Even the insensitive Chloe felt that something was wrong. She stared at the front with concern. Andre calmly moved his fingers, and immediately began to chant a spell in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, a hellhound was summoned. He then shouted, "Go! Block the dragon's mouth!" Woof! The hellhound, known for its loyalty, barked loudly and carried out the summoner's order without hesitation. It shot out like an arrow and ran straight ahead. Its movements were fast and nimble, easily crossing over the pit that suddenly appeared on the ground. It leaped up and entered the designated position. A ray of light flashed through the ruby dragon's eye. 5 fireballs the size of a human head were instantly shot out from the mechanism inside the dragon's mouth. They directly hit the hellhound's body. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed everything within a 50-meter radius. The 2 rats that were digging the hole didn't understand what was going on. In the blink of an eye, they were squeezed into a pile of minced meat. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by 5 deafening explosions, the entire labyrinth was shaking nonstop. For a moment, everyone was swaying left and right. They couldn't even stand properly. The soil on top of their heads fell like rain. As for Andre, he had long been lying on the ground. He covered his head with both hands and stuck to the ground. The strong shock waves caused several bloody marks on his arms. When the ground stopped shaking, he slowly got up and shook off the thick layer of soil on his body. It had to be said that the explosion just now was too powerful. Not only did it destroy the walls on both sides, but the tunnel had also collapsed to a certain extent. About 15 meters away from the center of the explosion was completely blocked by soil and stones. It would probably take a while to dig out. Looks like the plan is going smoothly, isn't it? Andre smiled and shrugged as he muttered to himself. Damn it, you actually call this smooth? We're all stuck here now. Clarice complained loudly as she gently rubbed her head. At the moment of the explosion, she was accidentally thrown to the ground. Her forehead hit hard on a rock. It looked red and swollen. Chapter 231. Katerina crawled to her feet and stared at the collapsed tunnel in shock. Oh, my God, what have you done? We're like rats in a bellows. Both ends are blocked. No, we've opened up a path. However, this path is temporarily blocked. We just need to dig for a few hours. Andre took out a folding shovel and handed it to Katerina. He had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end, giving people the feeling that everything was under his control. Unknowingly, he had taken over the leadership of this team. Although she was a little skeptical, Katerina still took the shovel and dug with all her might. It didn't take long for her to clear a narrow path along the wall. When she began to feel a little tired, Tasia took the shovel and continued digging. They took turns to rest, drink, and eat. After an unknown amount of time, Chloe suddenly pointed at the wall in front of them and shouted, "Look, look, there's a big hole in the wall." Hearing this, Clarice instantly jumped up in excitement. Her whole body trembled as she asked, Where is it?" "Here, it's right here." Chloe took 2 steps forward with the shovel and pointed at the hole that had just been dug out. "Goddess bless us. We're finally saved." Clarice was so excited that she had entered a state of excitement. But this was not surprising. Ever since she discovered that there was not enough food, she had been under great pressure. Now that she finally saw a glimmer of hope, she couldn't help but lose her composure. In fact, it wasn't just her. Everyone else's heavy faces were also filled with joy. Andre secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He lightly clapped his hands and said, "Since we've already dug near the wall, we've already completed more than half of the excavation work. Let's work harder and try to dig through in 1.5 hours. Although he had been smiling to stabilize the morale of the team, he didn't feel anything at all. He was even prepared to use the black powder bomb again. But now it seemed that the power of the delayed explosion fireball was far greater than expected. It was worthy of being called the most powerful 7th level evocation spell. Genius. You're really a genius. I think hiring you was the best decision I've ever made in my life. As she spoke, Clarice rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Andre's neck. She opened her mouth and gave him a passionate kiss. She was in an unstable state and needed to vent, so she was like a ball of fire. She didn't care about other people's gazes at all. After half a minute, they finally separated while panting. When the female cleric realized that her teammates were looking at her strangely, she instantly woke up from her stupor. She hurriedly covered her mouth and explained in a panic, I'm sorry. It was just an accident. I was just too happy. So I forgot myself. After saying that, she hurriedly grabbed the shovel with a red face and dug hard, as if she wanted to use labor to cover up her embarrassment. Darling, how did that kiss taste? Chloe suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes revealing a hint of playfulness. I don't know, it was too sudden. I didn't even have time to react. Andre deliberately avoided the topic. Who's Celeste? Andre asked, his head full of confusion. He was almost certain that he didn't have this name in his mind. He didn't even have a name that sounded similar. Chloe gritted her teeth and replied, a damned annoying person. The most annoying person in the entire Linton City. She liked to steal things that belonged to me when we were young, from clothes to dolls, and then from boots to ponies. In short, the more I like something, the more she wants to steal it. When Andre heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. He hurriedly smiled and nodded, no problem. I promise to stay far away from this girl called Celeste. That's more like it. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chloe revealed a satisfied smile on her face. She picked up her water bottle and drank large mouthfuls of water. Even though they had run out of food, there was still enough water. This was because whether it was a priest or a druid, they all knew a rank 0 divine spell, water creation. Every rank could create about 4 liters of water. According to the number of divine spell users in the team, they could even bathe if they used it sparingly. After these few days of adventure, this noble girl was rapidly transforming. She had seen the outside world and suffered a lot. At the same time, she was gradually maturing mentally and physically. In a word, she had grown up. Of course, the price was that her originally delicate hands had become somewhat rough, and there were traces of wind and frost on her face. Andre didn't know if this change was good or bad, but this was the way Chloe had chosen to live. He could only silently support it. After all, Orire was a world where power reigned supreme. Although nobles held a ruling position, they were still too weak in front of truly powerful professionals. They might even attract fatal disaster at any time. During the time he lived with the necromancer Ulysses, Andre had learned many things. The most important point was that if he wanted his fate not to be controlled by external forces, he had to possess great power. Power was power. Swords were power. Muscles were power. Divine spells were power. And arcane spells were power. In fact, in this world, everyone who had the means to do so was pursuing power. Most of the children of nobles and merchants had professional ranks, unless they were born with a physical defect, who wouldn't want to possess powerful abilities that exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people. Even Chloe had undergone some professional training when she was young. There were both mages and warriors, which was why her foundation in swordsmanship was so good. After a month of assault training, she had reached a higher level. Now, she would have no problem facing 1 or 2 ordinary soldiers alone. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The work of taking turns to dig, continued. Because they saw hope, everyone worked extra hard. The work that was originally expected to take 1.5 hours was completed half an hour earlier. As the paladin Katerina kicked away the stone slab in front of her, a dark and deep passage appeared in front of everyone. Goddess of Dawn above. We're finally out. Clarice shouted happily. Goddess bless us. We're so lucky. Ha ha. This journey was just like a bard's story, full of twists and turns. Chapter 232. For a moment, the women chattered excitedly. Chloe even said that she wanted to turn this adventure into a ballad that would be sung everywhere. Just as everyone was rejoicing over their survival, Andre suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was because this passage seemed to be different from the one marked on the map. In particular, there was a rotten smell in the air, making them feel as if there was a huge garbage dump in front of them. Just as he was about to let Little Eyes fly over to take a look, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He quickly pulled out a crossbow arrow soaked in holy water from his quiver and stabbed the air behind him. Instantly, a bright white light bloomed, and a monster made entirely of shadows clutched its chest and let out a silent scream. Its whole body was emitting white smoke, and with a whoosh, it escaped into the darkness. This strange scene stunned everyone, because it was so sudden they were even a little unsure of what had just happened. But a second later, a large group of monsters that were exactly the same as before suddenly appeared behind them, completely blocking their way out. Their pitch-black bodies were like whirlpools, constantly absorbing the negative energy contained in the air. Their 2 eyes flashed with an evil light. Run! Run quickly! They are creatures of the shadow plane, and there are too many of them. We can't deal with them at all. Andre finally recalled the contents of the Monster Illustrated Handbook. He shouted at the top of his voice as he pulled Chloe's hand and led the way forward. A trap. It was definitely a trap. He didn't even have to think about it to judge the current situation in an instant. Obviously, these shadow creatures had been lying in ambush here for a long time, waiting for the whole team to walk into the trap. The truth was about to surface. In the name of the Goddess of Dawn, Lucia, dispel the undead. Clarice raised her hands and summoned a large amount of golden light, immediately causing great damage to the shadow creatures. As a level 9 priest, the effect of her dispelling the undead was surprisingly good. Although it didn't kill any of the enemies, it made them wary, and they all fled into the shadows, not daring to get too close. Seeing that the threat behind them had been temporarily alleviated, Clarice immediately shouted at the top of her voice, "Run! Don't stop! The center of the labyrinth is in front of us. The location of the seal. There are sleepless guards there. As long as we get in, we'll be safe." As the saying went, human beings had endless potential. Normally speaking, they would have been exhausted after exhausting their physical strength for several hours. However, at this moment, in order to escape for their lives, each of them exerted all their strength and ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Even Andre, who had the weakest physical strength, didn't fall behind. However, this strength came and went quickly. In less than 2 minutes, everyone's hearts began to beat wildly. They felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests. They stopped and stood on the spot, panting heavily. This was because they found that they had run out of the passage and entered a relatively empty space. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the front. Not long after, the surrounding braziers were lit up with a bang, making a series of crackling sounds. Through the firelight, Andre could clearly see that this was a huge rectangular hall. A complicated magic circle was drawn on the ground with dried, black blood, and a terrifying number of skeletons were piled on both sides of the hall. It was these skeletons that provided the magic circle with sufficient energy, continuously generating negative energy from the center of the circle. In front of them was a 2-meter-tall platform. A man wearing a black robe, and a hood stood on top of it. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in shadows. Behind him were 2 cages made entirely of negative energy. 2 humanoid creatures with pure white wings and blue skin were trapped inside. Their appearances were very strange, especially their eyes, which did not have eyeballs. Instead, there were 2 golden lights that kept flashing. Bastard, how dare you imprison the goddess's servants? Die! Katerina exploded with a terrifying rage without any warning. She swung her 2-handed axe and jumped up. With her powerful muscles, she easily jumped onto the platform. The axe in her hand flashed with a bright golden light. Evil slaying slash. With a roar, the Saint Samurai's most powerful slash was finally launched. With a thunderous momentum, it descended from the sky as if it was the judgment of the gods. As the name implied, the evil slaying slash was an attack that targeted the power of evil. Although it was powerful, it could only be used on creatures of the evil alignment. Normally, if one was hit directly, even if one was wearing a full body armor made of steel, one could be split in half, let alone wearing a robe. However, the black-robed man didn't panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth, hidden under the hood, curled up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. How pitiful! Do you think you can hurt me with such a small trick? Too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm and waved it lightly. Suddenly, a thick tentacle appeared from the shadows and wrapped around Katerina tightly. Then, he ruthlessly threw her against the wall. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, ah, pooh. Katerina screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed on the ground and fell unconscious. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. What a bunch of lowly insects. If it weren't for the fact that I needed a sacrifice to open the seal, I would have crushed you all to death long ago. The black-robed man opened his arms and laughed hysterically. Andre felt a huge amount of negative energy from this guy in front of him, even more than the necromancer Ulysses. It was obvious that he was also a very powerful mage. However, the spell just now was too strange. There was no mention of it in any book. Be careful. He's an evil shadow mage. Clarice reminded in a low voice from behind. Shadow mage. After receiving the hint, Andre suddenly recalled something mentioned in the book General History of the Continent. A long, long time ago, a group of mages accidentally discovered the evil goddess of the Shadow Plane. She used her power to tempt the mages to open a passage for her. She wanted to descend to this world and kill all life forms before turning them into shadow life forms. But it was a pity that her plan was foiled by the goddess of dawn. After all, light and shadow were opposites in nature. It was said that those mages obtained great power by fusing themselves with the shadow plane. They didn't need to chant incantations, nor did they need to cast spells. They only needed to deepen their connection with the shadow plane, and they could draw endless power for their own use. However, their numbers were too few, so they couldn't fight against the combined efforts of the church and other mages. In the end, they completely disappeared in the long river of history. Because they were good at controlling the power of shadows, they were called shadow mages. Chapter 233. However, according to the records in the books, shadow mages had long gone extinct. In order to prevent their revival, the Church of the Goddess of Dawn and the legendary mages erased the name of the evil goddess. As everyone knew, when a god lost her believers, she would be forgotten and lose her connection with this world forever. Since there was no connection, she naturally couldn't bestow power. So, where did this shadow mage come from? Although his head was full of questions, Andre didn't have the time to think too much. As more and more shadow creatures gathered around, The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be when these guys pounced on him together. Perhaps no one present would be able to stop them. They would be torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Even their souls would be devoured by the shadows everywhere and become part of them. It was precisely for this reason that everyone's expression changed when they mentioned shadow mages and shadow creatures. Just like the undead army in the bard's stories, not only would their numbers not decrease, but they would also increase. Although the priest's ability to dispel the undead creatures could cause some damage and threat to the shadows, they would only need 1 or 2 minutes to recover in the magic circle that constantly created negative energy. It could be said that the entire hall was equivalent to a place where the undead and shadow creatures could continuously recover their vitality. As long as they couldn't be destroyed in a single attack, the endless negative energy would be enough to make up for any damage. This also meant that the longer the battle lasted, the more advantageous it would be for them. In the face of the terrifying number of enemies, everyone could only stand back to back and brandish the weapons blessed by holy water in their hands to slash the claws of the demons that reached out from the shadows. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of pitiful little mice. Perhaps you don't know why you ended up like this. Forget it. I'm in a particularly good mood today, so I'll be merciful and explain it to make things more interesting. After all, when a person discovers that he or she has been deceived by his or her closest friend, he or she will develop negative emotions. Strong negative emotions will help you become a higher shadow creature after death. The man in the black robe spoke with a smug and mocking tone. It was obvious that he enjoyed the feeling of controlling the fate of others. However, it was a pity that the black cloak covered his entire body. Only his mouth was exposed, but this little bit of exposed skin was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This was because it was an extremely dull gray color with a metallic luster. It looked like some kind of special, or when he spoke, other than his mouth, there were no signs of movement in the surrounding muscles. It was as if all the sounds came directly from his throat. André did not appear to be as nervous as his teammates. Instead, he gently stroked the black crystal on his ring and mocked in a slightly contemptuous tone. How pathetic. Are you the only smart person in the world? Stop putting on an act. You're just a puppet on the surface. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind all this? Oh, the man in the black robe was taken aback. Then he started to dance and laugh. Ha ha! Who would have thought that there would be a smart person among a bunch of idiots? Tell me, since you knew this was a trap, why did you still choose to die? Oh, I understand. You must be like me, full of curiosity towards shadow magic and thirst for this powerful power. No matter, as long as you kneel down and kiss my boots and swear to be loyal to me, then I can immediately let you understand the essence of shadow magic. Kiss your boots. André glanced at the pair of tattered boots on the man's feet. His eyes revealed an unconcealable disgust. Sorry, I don't have the habit of kissing other people's boots. However, if a beautiful lady asks me to help her take off her boots, then I'll be more than happy to help. In fact, in the Olair continent, kissing boots was a special etiquette. Not just anyone could casually do it. Usually, only the closest servants of the master or the most trusted ministers of the king had the right to do so. As for helping a lady take off her shoes, it was a kind of hint. Normally, a woman would only say this sentence when she invited the man she liked to go to a place where there was no one around. Then, the man would first take off his boots and socks, followed by his skirt and clothes. Finally, the two of them would roll around naked together. Obviously, André's words just now were very vicious and sarcastic. He was mocking the man for being inferior to a woman. As soon as he said this, the priestesses from the church all burst into laughter. Even the especially nervous Chloe pursed her lips. Her fair little face was slightly red, as if she had thought of something. The man in the black robe was so angry that his whole body trembled. He raised his trembling arms and roared in a low voice, "Good, very good. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Go, tear that mage to pieces. Don't touch those women yet. They're still useful. Just capture them." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow creatures that were originally wandering around immediately attacked. They swarmed in from all directions as if they had gone crazy. Even dispelling the undead creatures could not make them retreat a single step. "Damn it! Quick, think of something. There are too many of these monsters. We can only hold on for 5 minutes at most." Chris yelled at the top of her lungs after killing a specter with her blessed weapon. She was completely different from the gentle and virtuous person she usually was in the church. She was completely like a crazy woman. She swung her warhammer vigorously and killed 3 enemies in the blink of an eye. "My dear, we're all counting on you now. Take out the methods you used to deal with the pirates and drive all these disgusting monsters back to their homes." Chloe shouted as she stabbed her rapier at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of a specter. Then, with a flick of her wrist, 2 more holes were made. Not long after, the specter struggled and turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared completely. The continuous battles in the past 2 days had made her swordsmanship completely different from the flashy ones. Gradually, it became simple, fast, and unexpected. Every attack was clean and neat. There were no longer any fancy techniques to be seen. To a certain extent, this was a swordsmanship that was truly used to kill. This was especially true for weapons like the rapier, which was made for duels. The cylindrical structure of the rapier ensured that as long as a creature was stabbed, it would be useless even if it was wearing armor. Thus, speed and accuracy were the key. Chapter 234. Andre placed one hand on his chest and bowed in an exaggerated manner as he watched the girl's performance. "As you wish, my little cutie." As the last word came out of his mouth, his hands suddenly shot out 2 flashing fluorescent dust, completely covering himself. A second later, a pair of huge, translucent wings were formed. Supreme magic technique. Silent spell release. Level 3 arcane spell. Flight. Target. Self. You can now fly freely like a bird. Ladies, please hold on for a little longer. I'll be able to take care of this clown soon. Having said that, Andre suddenly threw out all the remaining holy water in his hand, burning a large number of shadow creatures. He then leaped into the air, flapping his crystal-like wings as he flew toward a ventilation duct above his head. As soon as he entered the hall, he used his night vision to observe his surroundings. With the hunter's sharp senses, he easily noticed the signs of rapid air flow. At the same time, he also saw the ventilation duct that was 1/2 meter wide above his head. There was no doubt that it led to the surface. There were many similar tunnels in the underground labyrinth. Perhaps it was because of this that the soil on the surface was corroded by negative energy. What Andre needed to do now was to enlarge the hole by 10 or 100 times and let the noon sun shine in. No matter what kind of shadow creature it was, it would be vaporized in an instant. After all, sunlight was the purest form of positive energy. It was the nemesis of all undead and negative energy life forms. The only question now was how thick was the layer of soil above their heads. Were the 2 home-cooked bombs powerful enough to blow up the roof? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the hole, he took off his backpack and threw it into the hole. He quickly took out a fireball scroll and stared at the hole. When the backpack was about to reach the designated location, he did not hesitate to activate the spell. Everyone saw a small ball of fire emitting a deep red color fly out with a whoosh. 2 to 3 seconds later, it suddenly spat out scorching flames. Then the earth shook, and the mountains shook. Loud, rumbling sounds echoed in the air. Soil, sand and stones, giant strips of stone, 1/2 meter thick. There were even giant trees as tall as 10 meters. These things fell from the sky, like a flood. The explosion just now seemed to have broken the supporting structure and caused a chain reaction. The degree of collapse was far beyond imagination. Not long after, a large amount of bright sunlight shone down, and any shadow creatures that did not have time to escape into the darkness exploded with a bang, turning into wisps of black smoke and dying completely. Hurry up and drag Katerina out. Otherwise, she will be buried alive. Clarice raised her shield to block the falling rocks and mud as she shouted at her sisters. She finally understood that although Andre looked polite and always had a friendly smile on his face, as if he could find a solution to any problem in any situation, he was actually a lunatic. He was a terrifying lunatic with a meticulous mind. Not long ago, he had used a trap to blow up the wall. Now, he had gone even further. He had directly blown up the soil layer above the center of the maze. Perhaps no one with a normal mind would use such a terrifying method. After all, being buried alive was no joke. Don't worry, we've already carried Katerina out. The older twin stood on a high platform and waved her hand. Seeing that everyone was safe, Clarice finally heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her shield high and carefully watched the scene above her that was still collapsing, especially the thick rocks that served as the supporting structure. Every time a rock fell, a large amount of dust would fly up. If one was accidentally smashed by a rock, one would definitely be smashed into a meat patty. Of course, what was even more dangerous than the rocks was the mud that instantly poured down. It should be known that being smashed by a rock would at most cause one to die from the pain. However, if one was buried under the mud, one would slowly suffocate to death. Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense would not choose such an extremely painful way to die. No, no, no. Look at what you've done. You've destroyed 200 years of my blood and sweat. The black-robed man watched as countless shadow creatures turned into ashes. The negative energy formation that was piled up with countless skeletons was slowly erased by the sunlight. His entire person collapsed as he knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. He simply could not believe that the trap that he had painstakingly set up was completely destroyed by a single explosion. There was not even a chance to make up for it. The feeling of seeing success before one's eyes only to fall short in the end was an unimaginable blow to anyone. The huge psychological impact was enough to completely destroy one's confidence and rationality. Looking at the mess in front of him, Andre endured the intense pain from his left arm being smashed by a rock. He forced a smile and bowed. "I'm very sorry. I didn't think that the explosion would be so powerful. In order to express my apology, all you have to do is kneel down and kiss my boots. Then tell me who planned all of this behind the scenes. Then you can continue to live. Otherwise," even though he did not say the last few words, as long as one was not an idiot, one could see the biting, cold, murderous intent in his orange eyes. "You've ruined everything for me. Now, you dare to humiliate me. I'll kill you. I'll eat your flesh. I'll drink your blood. I'll break your bones. I'll peel off your skin and make a new pair of boots." The black-robed man was so angry that he had lost his rationality. In an instant, he completely merged with the connection point of the shadow plane. His entire body rapidly expanded, turning into a pitch-black, sticky substance. At the same time, a terrifying face full of scars was revealed. The pupils in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by pure black eyeballs. There was not a single strand of hair on his bald head. Both of his ears had been cruelly cut off for some unknown reason, leaving behind two ugly scars. How pitiful! I finally understand why you're so crazy. It's all because of your inferiority complex and cruel abuse. If I'm not wrong, you must be the mastermind's servant or apprentice, a pawn used by them. Andre looked at the black-robed man pitifully, speaking his own conjecture unhurriedly. Generally speaking, the more intense a person's reaction to abuse, insults, and personal attacks, the more severe their inferiority complex would be. On the contrary, those who turned a blind eye to it were more mature and confident. This was what people often called good manners. As someone who had studied psychology, he could tell at first glance that the black-robed man's mental state was very strange. It was as if he was anxious to prove something, as if he was afraid that others would not know how powerful he was. He could not wait for everyone to crawl under his feet. Chapter 235. Without a doubt, this guy had an extremely serious mental illness. He didn't know how to make use of his advantages, and his way of thinking was too childish. This was definitely not how an official mage should behave. Shut up. I don't need any pity. I don't have a mentor. Look at this great shadow energy. Who is worthy of being my mentor? The black-robed man controlled the shadow energy to create layers of waves. All the places that weren't illuminated by the sun started to boil rapidly like boiling water. Countless shadow creatures were faintly discernible within, creating a scene of demons dancing wildly. Andre raised his uninjured right hand, raising his index finger and shaking it lightly. No, you don't understand. As a mage, wisdom is far more important than power. It is actually a very sad thing to have great power, but not the wisdom to match it. If I want to, I can easily kill you at any time. I'll give you one last chance. Sue, me. Who is the mastermind behind this? When he said the last few words, his tone suddenly became heavier. Large amounts of fire elemental energy suddenly gathered around his body, and the hood on his head instantly ignited. His head of flame-red hair stood up and danced in the wind, looking both beautiful and terrifying. Obviously, this was the sign of his fire elemental bloodline, completely boiling. The pain from his broken left arm made Andre's temper a little irritable, and irritable was the nature of fire elemental energy. When the two resonated, a shocking scene would occur. The black-robed man didn't know how dangerous Andre was in this situation. He only felt that he was being threatened and looked down upon. He roared and pounced, taking the initiative to attack. He used his body to create a huge wave of shadow creatures and negative energy, attempting to swallow his opponent, then crush, tear, and devour him, completely destroying his opponent's body and soul. Unfortunately, he neglected the most important point, and that was that the ring made from the soul gem of the shifter beast could instantly teleport within a short distance. The moment the huge wave fell, the corner of Andre's mouth rose slightly, and a chilling sneer flashed across his face before disappearing without a trace. The next second, with a whoosh, he appeared behind the black-robed man, holding a dark red longsword that flickered with a bewitching luster. He lowered his voice and said, "Even though you're just a pawn used by others, a pitiful clown, you've successfully angered me. I'll give you 1 second to pray before you die, and then say goodbye to this world." A second passed in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man had just managed to turn his head when he saw the longsword coming straight at him and piercing his eye socket. After a brief moment of intense pain, he completely lost consciousness. The fear was permanently stored in his other eye like a photograph. Critical hit. Critical strike. Dealt 20 damage to the shadow mage. Target's brain destroyed. Die. Obtained 2500 EXP. King's Bloods. You are stealing the target's vitality and life force. Warning. Unknown energy detected in target's body. Will to absorb it, Warning: once absorbed, unknown changes will occur. Looking at the string of messages that popped up in his vision, Andre immediately understood that this unknown energy was definitely shadow energy. Although this thing was not bad, once he considered that if he absorbed it, he would be wanted by the entire Oroire, so he reluctantly chose no. You have refused to absorb the unknown energy. Would you like to convert it into vitality? It could actually be converted into vitality. Andre was shocked and quickly chose yes. His vitality and strength were too low, and it had always been a sore point for him. The former represented a person's strength and muscle strength. If it was too low, it meant that he would not be able to carry too many things on a long journey, especially if he couldn't take away the spoils of war. That kind of feeling would be extremely painful. As for the latter, it represented a person's health, such as immunity, internal organs, recovery speed, and so on. If a person's vitality was too low, they would often be powerless in the face of certain death spells. You have chosen to convert the unknown energy into vitality. Conversion in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 vitality. Your current vitality is 10. As the last line of messages flashed, Andre suddenly discovered that the light of the long sword had suddenly become much brighter. Following this, an indescribable pleasure was continuously transmitted to him. His skin, muscles, blood, organs, bones, and even every cell was cheerfully singing. In just a few seconds, his body had been completely transformed. When he let go of his hand, he was shocked to discover that his originally thin body had become a bit stronger, and he also seemed to have grown a bit taller. The most obvious changes were his shoulders and chest, and he looked a bit more like a man. What an incredible change. And my broken left arm has also been reconnected. Just as Andre was muttering to himself and sighing at the power of the Sword of the King's blood, Clarice suddenly appeared behind him and explained in a low voice, "The power of this sword is indeed very terrifying. If it fell into the hands of a powerful warrior, he could completely become a meat grinder on the battlefield. I'm sure you've already experienced the pleasure of taking someone's life and vitality. Remember, don't indulge in it. I don't want to become your enemy one day." Haha, you don't have to worry about that. This little bit of temptation is nothing compared to my pursuit of knowledge and arcane magic. As he spoke, Andre pulled out the long sword from the corpse and put it back into its sheath. He then squatted down and began to search the corpse's belongings. After the black-clothed man died, his body had completely returned to human form. Apart from the many scars on his body and the strange color of his skin, he was basically no different from a normal person. After a simple search, Andre found a spell book, a notebook, a pure black magic cloak, a few gems that stored shadow matter, a defensive dagger, and a wand made from human vertebrae. Although there weren't many things, it was enough to provide some clues. Especially the notebook. Not only did it record the layout of some magic circles and the use of shadow energy, there were also a lot of complaints and curses mixed in. As for the subject, it was obvious that it was the mastermind behind the scenes. The notebook was very thick, with hundreds of pages. Coupled with the messy handwriting, it was impossible to finish reading it in a short time. Chapter 236. After a short while, Clarice could no longer stand the slow speed at which the pages were turning. She rolled her eyes and complained, "Damn it! Can't you be faster?" "No, I can't. Haven't you noticed? A third of this magic knowledge has been lost for a long time, and the other third has never been seen before. I think we might be in big trouble." Andre's expression immediately turned serious. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the mentor behind the scenes would be if a servant or apprentice could possess so much magic knowledge. Even if he didn't master a 9th-level spell, he would at least be able to master an 8th-level spell. He would definitely be an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Just based on experience and wisdom, he would be miles ahead of them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. For example, the flaws were too obvious, and the traps on the map were not wrong at all. There were too many illogical points, as if the mastermind behind the scenes was testing the dead black-robed man. A trial. He is the subject of the trial, and we are the props for the trial. I think I've finally figured out what's going on. Andre muttered to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He stood up and looked around nervously. He knew that any mage who followed such an ancient and cruel method to carry out a trial must be an old monster from before the third great magic decline. It was very likely that they were nearby watching him. According to historical records, Audiobook had experienced 3 great magic declines. The first one was in ancient times, when a group of creatures called the Creator Race discovered the ubiquitous magical energy. After years of observation and experimentation, they finally found a way to trigger resonance through hand gestures and spells. This was the origin of arcane magic. To ensure that this precious knowledge would not be lost, they recorded it on a special material that was neither metal nor leather. There were hundreds of pages of it. Around 50,000 years ago, due to unknown reasons, the Creator Race suddenly disappeared. Not even their bones could be found. Due to their disappearance, the originally thriving magic civilization had a serious gap. Modern mages called it the first magic decline. The second magic decline happened more than 20,000 years ago. The highly skilled elves stepped through the portal and came to Audiobook from another world. They had mastered magic that was different from the race of their creators, but they were extremely skilled. In a very short period of time, they established their own home. But it was a pity that these pointy-eared creatures were as aloof from worldly affairs as they were now. The cruel internal strife lasted for more than 10,000 years. The losers were chased underground and became the dark elves that countless people feared. The victors were divided into tree elves, also known as wood elves or forest elves, moon elves, golden elves, aquatic elves, wild elves, and so on. Most of them had already left the mainland and were living on large islands far away. Only a few of them were scattered in forests and mountain ranges that were rarely visited by humans. The elves had lost too much magical knowledge due to the Long War. Even the interplanar portal technology that they used to come to this world had been lost. Their character had changed from the initial militaristic to the current hedonistic. As the elves faded from the stage of history, humans finally walked out of their caves and began to establish their own civilization. More than 8,000 years ago, a group of scholars unearthed 2 sets of 100 special scrolls in the ruins of a creator race. These scrolls were left behind by the race of their creators. Through studying the knowledge recorded in the scrolls, they quickly rose to prominence and established a huge and glorious magic empire. Countless arcane spells were invented one after another. Floating cities in the sky, endless sources of magical energy, spells that could extend a person's life, technology that could transform oneself into an immortal lich, and so on. Countless miracles were born in that era. Even demon lords, devil dukes, lords of the elemental world, dragons, and so on had to crawl at their feet. However, with the high prosperity of the magic civilization, the endless greed of humans once again flared up. They were not satisfied with the status quo and began to explore forbidden topics in an attempt to decipher the mystery of the nature of the gods. With the help of the knowledge left behind by the race of their creators, a small group of people quickly created an inconspicuous dagger. In order to test whether this dagger had the ability to kill gods, they launched an attack on the kingdom of a god. In less than a day, the kingdom of this god had completely fallen. The god himself was also pierced through the heart by the inconspicuous dagger and instantly turned into a lifeless corpse. Such a horrifying fact made the gods boil with excitement. They were horrified to discover that the mortals that they had looked down upon actually possessed such terrifying power. They immediately called for an emergency meeting and discussed countermeasures overnight. At the same time, those who had killed the gods also realized that the situation was not good. While madly attacking the kingdoms of other gods, they quickly summoned a special life form from the chaos, a terrible monster that fed on the gods. This monster was so powerful that as soon as it appeared, the whole world would face destruction. Therefore, the moment the summoning was completed, they stripped the monster's body and soul and imprisoned them in 2 different places. They also used this to threaten the gods not to interfere with their research. However, it was a pity that they had underestimated the determination of the gods in this matter. A week later, all the gods joined forces and caused destruction to descend from the sky. They did not give anyone a chance to release the monster at all. In just a few hours, the glorious magic civilization became history. Almost all the mages were killed or injured. History called the Third Magic Decline. It could be said that such a fate could only be described with the word deserved. Imagine a group of people standing at the entrance of an ant hole. Suddenly, a group of highly poisonous ants appeared and poisoned one of them to death. Then, a few more highly poisonous ants jumped out to threaten them. What would the rest of the people do? Without a doubt, they would come back with insecticides and kill all the ants. Even the ant queen hiding in the hole would not be spared. Of course, although the gods were very angry at that time and killed all the high-level mages, there were always a few fish that escaped the net. Basically, all of them were immortal liches or other forms. Chapter 237. As the saying went, as long as the phylactery wasn't damaged, the lich wouldn't die. Anyone who wanted to turn into a lich had to make a phylactery. It could be a gem, a ring, an amulet, a weapon, or a shield. As long as it could withstand the magical energy, it could be anything. After the spellcaster killed himself through a special ritual, his soul would be sucked into the phylactery, no matter how many times he was killed in the future. As long as the phylactery was still there, he could be reborn in 7 days. Andre now suspected that there was a lich silently observing him nearby. Therefore, he was very nervous. All the muscles in his body were tense, ready to deal with the most dangerous situation at any time. Although he did not think that he could fight against a lich, he still had to struggle. After all, he could not just stand there and let the lich kill him like an idiot. Just when his nerves were stretched to the limit, a door made entirely of magical energy appeared in the air. Then, a skeleton wearing a luxurious robe inlaid with gold threads and gems and a silver crown slowly walked out from the door. If you thought that he was a skeleton of the lowest level, you would be gravely mistaken. Not to mention the negative energy that was so dense that it almost materialized. Just the cold light that constantly flashed in his eye sockets was enough to make people tremble. Not to mention the deathly and evil aura of fear that shrouded his body. Just look at Chloe's reaction. She was kneeling on the ground and trembling nonstop. Her eyes were staring straight ahead. She could neither speak nor move. Andre forced himself to forget about running away. He put one hand into the scroll box and prepared to fight with his life. He knew that in front of such an enemy, running away was useless. It would only make him die faster. The lich noticed the determination in Andre's eyes and immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek. He, what a sharp little guy. Even though you have all kinds of flaws, you're a natural mage when it comes to the way you think about problems. How many years has it been since the destruction of the great magic civilization? How many years has it been since I saw such a talented young man like you? Now, before he could finish his words, 2 humanoid creatures with pure white wings and blue skin descended from the sky. They waved their long swords that glowed with golden light and shouted, "Evil undead, go back to your hometown." Obviously, with the help of the other teammates, they had finally escaped from the cage and regained their freedom. Humph! I hate it when people interrupt me, especially the lackeys of the gods. The Lich raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 2 cages made of energy suddenly appeared and trapped the 2 attacking humanoid creatures. Then, within a few seconds, they disappeared into thin air as if they had never existed. Shocking. One must know that those 2 humanoid creatures were heavenly realm creatures. They were the same as devils and demons. Whether it was their physical fitness or their endless spell-like abilities, they were far beyond ordinary people. Even the lowest level was equivalent to a human professional of level 5 or above. And the 2 heavenly realm creatures just now were obviously high-level heavenly realm creatures, equivalent to a professional between level 10 and level 15. But now, they were subdued without any ability to fight back. All right, there are no more annoying flies. We can finally sit down and have a good talk. You have to know that I have been observing you since the moment you appeared in the border forest. In the end, I found that you are completely different from those stupid fellows. You have an unimaginable intelligence, and you are good at learning and thinking. You know how to use your wisdom to maximize your abilities. Even in the most glorious era, excellent apprentices like you are extremely rare, let alone in this ignorant environment. The Lich chattered and waved his hand. Soon, all the women in the room felt sleepy and fell asleep under the effect of magic. Now, there were only 2 people left in the huge maze. To be exact, one was a living person and the other was an undead. The atmosphere instantly became strange. Andre could feel that this Lich with terrifying power in front of him didn't seem to have any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, with the power displayed by the other party, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. He might not even be able to stay awake. After all, necromancers like Ulysses could easily read the memories of others, let alone an old Lich who had lived for thousands of years and experienced the most glorious era of human magic. After thinking about this, he quickly regained his composure. A faint smile once again appeared on his face, and he bowed respectfully. It is my honor to be praised by a master like you. However, the way we are talking right now seems a little stiff. How about this? You ask a question, and I will answer it. Then I will ask a question, and you will answer it. Neither side is allowed to lie or be vague. Of course, some language traps and tricks are still allowed. What do you think? A cold light flashed in the Lich's eye sockets. He smiled and nodded. All right, it has been more than 2,000 years since anyone dared to play this game with me. You are indeed more outstanding than I thought. No wonder this idiot was not your opponent even after preparing for so long. So, the person I just killed was your apprentice? Andre carefully asked his first question. The Lich looked at the corpse on the ground with contempt and shook his head. Apprentice? Ha 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 ha. No, no, no. I have very high requirements for my apprentices. Idiots like this who couldn't even pass the Myth's trial are not my apprentices. Ever since the Great Calamity, I only have 2 apprentices in the truest sense. The half-elf Orlando, who was in charge of building this underground labyrinth, is one of them. The other one passed the trial 13 years ago and is now in Linton City preparing to overthrow the regime and summon a secondary demon lord to start a war that will engulf the entire southern region. Oh, I almost forgot. You seem to have some friction with him. To be honest, I am actually looking forward to the day when the 2 of you fight. A battle of wits and strength. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After hearing this, Andre's pupils rapidly dilated and contracted. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with a slightly trembling voice, You mean The entire Linton City has been like a marionette for thousands of years, completely under your control? Chapter 238. Andre couldn't believe that the terrifying old monster in front of him had taught so many terrifying disciples. Putting aside the half-elven archmage Orlando Watts, who was only half a step away from becoming a legendary mage, the mastermind behind the scenes alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. As for the black-robed man lying on the ground as a corpse, he would be able to cause huge waves in human society. As long as he acted fast enough, he would have no problem conquering a few large cities and becoming a tyrant. Of course, he probably didn't have such an opportunity now. His corpse was already cold, and he had a serious psychological defect. Even if he became a leader, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Sooner or later, he would be overthrown by his enraged subordinates. No, I don't have the slightest interest in controlling those backward and ignorant cities. I just want to add some variables and observe the changes. You can think of it as a game. The apprentices can do whatever they want, and I'm in charge of increasing the difficulty. For example, this guy you killed. He was especially eager to obtain unparalleled power in a short period of time. So I told him that a powerful creature from the Shadow Plane was sealed here. How about it? Isn't it interesting? As he spoke, a hint of mischief appeared on the Lich's skeletal face. It wasn't clear whether he was mocking the black-robed man's stupidity or mocking him for overestimating himself. So that's how it is. The life and death battles that we go through are nothing but a show in your eyes. Something to pass the time. Having said that, Andre laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Although he'd already made his own judgments about the series of events that had happened in Linton City in the past few months, it was only when he uncovered the truth that he discovered that everything was a playground for a terrifying lich. He had laid down a huge net 1,000 years ago and could even manipulate the churches of the gods through certain means. Perhaps there were countless apprentices hidden in the Green Sea Alliance who were preparing to undergo trials, using heaven and earth as a chessboard, using all life as chess pieces, making all mortals struggle with all their might without realizing it, and acting out the parting of life and death. Andre had thought that these were the privileges of the gods, but this lich-emitting, terrifying power had done it too. He used mysterious means to hide behind the scenes and control the situation in the south. As long as he wanted, he could make any city disappear from the map completely. It was indescribably terrifying. That kind of strength was enough to make any arrogant genius feel despair. Compared to a mage who had survived the third magic recession, Ulysses the Necromancer and Boris, the president of the Magic Association of Lincoln City, were as weak as babies. The Lich seemed to have noticed the change in Andre's emotions. He let out a low and hoarse laugh. He. You seem to have guessed a little of the truth. Not bad. You are much more talented than my previous apprentices. To be precise, you have a creative mind. One had to know that on the path of arcane mages, it was impossible to reach the pinnacle of mages if one simply followed the footsteps of their predecessors. This was because the path to becoming a legend was never repeated. Everyone's understanding of arcane magic and magical energy was different. It was a special feeling that couldn't be described. It was like breathing. You were so familiar with it, but you couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe it. I said these words to Orlando, what's more than 2,000 years ago. Unfortunately, his personality was too rigid. He was always unwilling to break those rules and regulations. In the end, he could only stay at level 19 and never take that step forward. At this point, he sighed regretfully, as if he was feeling sorry for his apprentice. However, this emotion didn't last long. After only a few seconds, the Lich returned to normal. He raised his bony arm and stretched out 2 fingers. You asked 2 questions just now. I think it's my turn now, isn't it? Of course. Please ask. Andre bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. From the conversation just now, he could almost confirm that the lich in front of him was the legendary mage who had the power to tear the earth and destroy cities, especially the dark golden bones all over his body, which contained a huge amount of magical energy. Even from so far away, he could still feel it clearly. There was a saying, "Life is like rape. Since you can't resist, you might as well lie down and enjoy it." Andre wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was a match for a legendary mage, not to mention a lich in the form of an undead that couldn't be killed. Moreover, the lich had been very friendly so far. He didn't show any hostility, nor did he seem to have any ulterior motives. He looked like a harmless uncle next door. There was no need to be so nervous. After all, as a smart person, he didn't want to make an enemy that he couldn't defeat. First question, tell me where you're from. Second question, tell me who your mentor is. The lich bluntly pointed out the secret that Andre had been trying to hide since he came to the south. I'm from the Canteru Kingdom in the far north. As for my mentor, Ulysses Domer can be considered as one. Andre gave an honest answer. However, he was very careful to avoid the fact that he was actually in the form of a soul that had transmigrated from another world. Oh, so it's that little fella who was famous in the north a few hundred years ago. The lich revealed an expression of sudden realization. Although it sounded frighteningly arrogant to call the infamous necromancer a little fellow, it was undeniable that he was qualified to do so as a lich and legendary mage who had lived for thousands of years. When the gods joined forces to destroy the ancient magic civilization, there were very few survivors who escaped. Some legendary mages even used themselves as a resonance point and chose to perish together with the gods. There were 15 gods who fell in that battle, and they hadn't been resurrected until now. This showed how tragic it was. According to the estimates of scholars, there were no more than 10 survivors. It was obvious that the legendary mages who stood at the top of the arcane path had the power to hurt the gods. In particular, the legendary arcane spells that surpassed level 9 arcane spells were far beyond imagination. It was said that they could even control the climate, create volcanoes, tsunamis, summon huge meteorites to crash into the ground, instantly kill a city of people, and then turn them into undead. Some could even create magical black holes that even the technology on Earth couldn't do, sucking everything in and throwing it to an unknown corner of the universe. Chapter 239. In short, none of these fellows who wielded destructive power were easy to deal with. Even the gods turned a blind eye to them as long as they didn't go too far. This kind of indulgence became more and more severe after the god of gods forbade the gods from entering the world of mortals. Andre believed that there must be many gods who knew that this old lich had been controlling the situation in the south, but they all turned a blind eye to it. First, he didn't kill the followers of the gods, and second, he didn't obstruct the preaching. Finally, after so many years, the cities in the south had always maintained stability and development. Although he often played a little game with his disciples and occasionally caused some destruction and casualties, it was still tolerable. Of course, this could also be a helpless action. After all, in the situation where the gods couldn't descend, the legendary masters were the top fighting force in the whole continent. It was simply a fool's dream to want to capture or kill them. The only people in the church who could fight against them were the legendary priests and the chosen ones. Although the former was a little weaker than the legendary masters, they had the support of the church behind them. The latter had the divinity bestowed by the gods, which was the most essential thing of a god. As long as the mortals received it, they would instantly receive countless benefits, such as immortality, endless lifespan, no need to sleep, enhanced understanding, the ability to survive in harsh environments, and the ability to not eat or drink for a short period of time, etc. With these castrated versions of the gods' abilities, they could also be on par with the legendary masters. To a certain extent, the relationship between the Church of the Gods and the legendary masters was a mutual restriction. No one dared to easily break the delicate balance, especially the churches that had to take care of the casualties of their followers. How would they dare to casually start a war? As for the legendary masters, due to unknown reasons, they gradually faded out of people's sight, especially in the last few hundred years. There was rarely any news about them, and even books didn't have any records of them. As a conspiracy theorist, Andre felt that there must be a hidden secret. Now that a legendary lich had appeared in front of him, how could he not ask clearly? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and asked very seriously, "Master, may I ask why you chose to hide behind the scenes? Is there a reason for this?" Reason? The lich's eyes flashed a cold light, slightly. "Ha, you guessed right, young man. There is indeed a special reason for us old fellows to suddenly disappear. But I'm sorry, you don't deserve to know yet. To be precise, knowing too early wouldn't do you any good. That doesn't count. Ask another question." Andre obviously didn't expect the other party to directly refuse to answer his question, which made him keenly aware of a trace of unusual meaning. Although he was eager to unveil the layers of mysteries that shrouded Oroire, he knew that if he did not have enough strength, he would be courting death. It was like a small fish suddenly swimming into the middle of a group of great white sharks. If it was not careful, it might be swallowed in one bite without any room to resist. Obviously, the disappearance of the legendary mages from the sight of ordinary people probably involved some powerful forces. It was even possible that the gods had personally intervened. Only the legendary mages would know the reason. Since he couldn't get the answer he wanted, Andre could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. "All right, then I'll change the question. Who is that apprentice of yours that's causing so much trouble in Linton City? Why did he start a war and summon demons?" In fact, he had always been very interested in this mastermind behind the scenes. He had planned to ask the next question, since this person was very likely to be his greatest opponent in Linton City. However, he still didn't know whether this person was a man or a woman, what their name was, how old they were, what their personality was, and what their sphere of influence was. "I was just wondering when you would ask this question, and now you've finally asked. It's incredible that you can remain so calm at your age. It's no wonder that my apprentice has such a headache. But before I answer this question, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you're interested?" A hint of playfulness appeared on the lich's skeletal face as he spoke. Andre sighed helplessly and said in a self-deprecating tone, "Suggestion? I think you want me to compete with him to see who's more outstanding, right?" The lich laughed and nodded. "That's right. Two young mages who are equally intelligent and good at thinking, using the resources at hand to test each other, fighting openly and covertly, fully displaying their strengths, and finally defeating each other. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Of course, there's still a certain gap between you and him, whether it's in terms of power or spellcasting level. But that's fine. I can do something to restore the balance of the situation. What about the rules? Since it's a game, there must be rules. For example, the duration, how to win, what benefits can I gain from it, and so on. Andre was very clear that he didn't have the qualifications to refuse, so he might as well settle for the next best thing. First, he would set up a rule that was more beneficial to himself. This way, he could increase his chances of winning. As for the other aspects, he would take it one step at a time. With the sudden appearance of this big boss behind the scenes, he had a feeling that the situation was suddenly out of control. Thus, he desperately wanted to find a sense of security, or at least gain some initiative. The legendary Lich, who had lived for thousands of years, had a clear understanding of human nature. He didn't even need to use any spells to see through Andre's thoughts. However, he didn't expose him. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed in the air. In an instant, ripples appeared in the surrounding air, and after a few seconds, a three-dimensional image of the Green Sea Alliance's sphere of influence slowly appeared. Even the surrounding islands and sea routes were marked out. It could be said to be extremely exquisite. The Lich didn't waste any time. He used his finger to draw a circle on it, including Lincoln City, the Sardinia Islands, Bakarov City, Nepali City, and Gerda City, where the Alliance Council was located. Even the large, uncivilized islands in the south were no exception. It had to be said that this area was a little too large. Even if one were to ride a fast horse day and night, it would take at least a month or two to cover it. More importantly, apart from Lincoln City, Andre knew too little about the other cities and islands. He didn't even know the specifics. Chapter 240. The Lich pointed at the area and said, "Do you see that? This is the battlefield where you will fight. From the land to the sea, to the island, and even the sky. Lie, cheat, kill, plunder, you can do anything. The time limit is 2 years. Prepare this year, and the final battle next year. As for winning or losing, it is very simple. Defeat or kill the opponent. Since your mage level is relatively low, I will give you a special privilege. If you find that you are no match for the opponent, you can choose to surrender. Finally, there are benefits. If you lose, I will give you a magic item. If you win, I will give you a book called Encyclopedia of Magic Potions. There are hundreds of lost potion formulas recorded in it. One of them is the elixir of immortality that your mentor Ulysses is researching. To be precise, its original name should be Sweet Rebirth. It is an alchemy poison that is used in the ritual of transforming a mortal into a lich. Sorry, I am afraid that my mentor no longer needs this potion. I have already used some gadgets to blow him into pieces. Andre spread out his hands expressionlessly. Oh, you actually killed your own mentor? Unbelievable! The two cold lights in the lich's eyes suddenly exploded, and then he began to dance and laugh. Ha 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 ha! Too interesting! Too interesting! Who would have thought that in this era of magic decline, there would be an acolyte who would follow the ancient tradition and kill his own mentor? Young man, I am more and more satisfied with you now. Ancient tradition? Andre was confused. He did not understand why the Lich was so excited. The reason why he said this was mainly because he was not very satisfied with the reward. The Encyclopedia of Magic Potions was not bad, but it was not very helpful in increasing a mage's level. Thus, he wanted to change it. Yes, an ancient tradition. In the most prosperous era of human magic, the legendary mages continuously tortured their acolytes to ensure that they would not become useless in a comfortable environment. This made them develop a strong hatred in their hearts, and even encouraged them to kill themselves. That's because only apprentices nurtured in this way have the potential to become legendary mages. It can be said that every legendary mage yearns for their apprentices to kill them because it's a way to surpass and continue civilization. At this point, the Lich seemed to be lost in his memories. It took him a full minute to regain consciousness. He pointed at the black-robed man's corpse and asked, "Do you know why I tortured him and gave him power?" Andre sighed and replied, "To stimulate the hatred hidden in his heart." The Lich nodded lightly. "That's right, but he disappointed me. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have the slightest bit of courage. He only knew how to beg for mercy and silently endure everything. I don't need such an acolyte. On the contrary, I would rather have an acolyte like you who dares to kill your own teacher. Do you know how much I envy that little fellow Ulysses? However, it's a pity that geniuses are always exceptionally difficult to control and teach. He clearly doesn't possess this ability. You want to be killed by your own apprentice? Andre asked tentatively. As a transmigrator, he could not understand such a contradictory relationship. According to what the Lich said, all legendary mages used some kind of cruel method to train their acolytes, encouraging them to rebel against them. They let the acolytes learn from their failures, making them cruel, cunning, and treacherous. They also learned how to make the most of their advantages. In the end, they would kill their own teachers, and the teachers would gladly accept this outcome. Perhaps in the eyes of the legendary mages, the fact that the acolytes could kill their own teachers proved that each generation was stronger than the previous. However, they did not notice the huge internal friction in this process. How much money and time would it take to cultivate a powerful mage? Anywhere from 10 to 40 to 50 years. And this was not even taking into account the terrifying death rate of the acolytes. It was said that in that era, out of every 100 acolytes, only 5 would live to graduate. The death rate of the legendary mages' acolytes was even higher, not even 1%. The reason was just like what the Lich in front of him was doing. He always used all kinds of methods and trials to torture his acolytes, trying to make them struggle in an extremely difficult environment, grow, and finally surpass him and kill him. It had to be said that this method was a little perverted. It was no wonder that the mages of the modern era had the habit of treating their acolytes not as humans. It seemed like it was a leftover poison from that era. In our era, every mage with an acolyte yearned for this, and of course, I am no exception. If such a genius appears in the path of my teaching, then I will gladly accept my own death. The Lich raised his chin slightly, speaking very arrogantly. Looking at the Lich's incomparably serious expression, Andre suddenly felt that the universal values of Earth did not seem to apply to the Oroire. To be precise, it did not apply to the group of people who held the most power in Oroire. They followed another kind of naked law of the jungle, and that was the survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. Whoever had the most power could set the rules and speak loudly. Talking to them about human rights, freedom, and democracy was simply a joke. How could a legendary mage who could flatten a mountain with a raise of his hand be equal to a lowly slave? Obviously, this was simply impossible. There was a good saying, class had never been eliminated. Even in the 21st century of Earth, there were still many privileged classes. It was just that their methods were more subtle and their style was gentler. They also knew how to manipulate the media to beautify themselves, making them appear no different from ordinary people. But understanding was one thing, and Andre's worldview, outlook on life, and values had long been fixed. He could not accept the concept of seeing his own kind as livestock, and so he quickly changed the topic. All right, I accept this game. You can now tell me the name of your acolyte. Who is he? The Lich smiled and stretched out a finger that was only left with bones, gently waving it in front of his eyes. Don't be hasty, child. Don't be hasty. When you return to Linton City, he will personally send you an invitation, and the two of you will naturally meet then. I will restrict him from taking the initiative to attack for a year, and you will have to do your best to accumulate power during this time. Of course, if you feel that you are ready, you can attack in advance. Remember, when you attack, it is the end of the preparation period, so please think carefully before making a decision. Chapter 2:41. Andre nodded thoughtfully and asked, in that case, all I have to do is to wait for his invitation? Yes, I'll inform him as soon as possible. Also, I promise to give you some help to make this game fairer. So, take this and hang it in a conspicuous place. You'll soon find that this little toy can bring you unparalleled luck. Also, this encyclopedia of magic potions will be a gift for killing your mentor. I'll choose another reward for your victory. Goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the Lich's figure suddenly became blurry and completely disappeared a second later. Looking at the huge book in his hand that was 1/2 meter long, 30 centimeters wide, 15 centimeters thick, and weighing dozens of kilograms, Andre didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect the Lich to leave without any hesitation. After all, he still had many questions to ask, especially what kind of monster was sealed in this underground maze that could massacre an entire dwarven city. But now, he didn't have the chance. He would probably have to wait until this game was over before he could appear again, and that would have to wait at least a year. As a smart person, Andre knew that if he couldn't figure out something, he should put it aside for now. He quickly turned his attention to the thick book in his hand. The words Encyclopedia of Magic Potions were written in the ancient common language. Although the rhetoric was slightly different from the modern common language, it wasn't difficult to understand the meaning of the words. Because now wasn't the time to read, he quickly opened his backpack and used all his strength to shove the book inside. Apart from the book, the Lich also left behind a gold coin. It was different from the design on the gold coin of Linton City. The surface of this gold coin was as smooth as a mirror, but under the sunlight, it reflected dark lines like a spider's web. There was even a spider in the middle of the web, which looked like the symbol of some secret society. Obviously, it was a symbol of status. As long as it was worn in a conspicuous place, people would naturally come knocking on the door. Andre directly used a magic trick to fasten the gold coin on the first button of his robe. This position was rather conspicuous, and anyone who wasn't blind would definitely be able to see it. After doing all this, he finally had some time to flip through the apprentice's notebook so that he could gather all the information as soon as possible and complete the system's mission. Since he skipped the difficult part of the magic knowledge in the notes, his reading speed was much faster. In just a few minutes, he had finished reading the contents, especially the last few pages, which repeatedly mentioned a name, Avealok. If he was not mistaken, this should be the name of the monster. Now that he had a name, he just needed to put in some effort to find some useful clues. Just as Andre closed the notebook and was about to identify the cloak and wand, a large amount of information popped up in his vision. Congratulations! You've completed the mission. Help the Church of the Goddess of Dawn explore the ancient ruins. The collection of hidden information for the mission has reached 100%. You have received the quest reward, 3,500 EXP. You have obtained a low-grade magic item, Arcane Apprentice Gloves. When casting a first or second rank arcane spell, the spell's power and duration will be increased by 50%. Note, you already know the monster's name. Please follow the clues as soon as possible. Time limit, 1 year. As the last message disappeared completely, Andre found that there was a pair of brown leather gloves in his hands. On the palm and the back of his hands, there was a complicated magic circle woven with silver magic threads. It seemed to be the kind of magic circle that increased the speed of gathering energy. Without any hesitation, he put on the gloves and moved a little. After making sure that it would not affect the flexibility of his fingers, he was relieved. Although the gloves did not look very eye-catching, its function was definitely not to be underestimated. Magic missile, grease, cobweb, Melf's acid arrow, invisibility, and other commonly used arcane spells would all be strengthened to a certain extent. At a critical moment, it could definitely surprise the opponent. Apart from the magic items, there was also a total of 25,000 EXP that had not been allocated. Especially after the ventilation pipe collapsed, the sunlight directly shot in and killed many shadow creatures. It could be said that he had a bountiful harvest. It was enough for him to squander for a period of time. Many things that he had wanted to make before could be started when he returned. While waiting for his teammates to wake up, Andre took the opportunity to identify the black magic cloak and the white bone wand. The former had absorbed a lot of shadow matter, so it had the ability to distort light, making it difficult for the wearer to be discovered in the dark. It was very suitable for thieves. He planned to bring it back as a gift for Black Lily Bonnie. The latter was a wand with 10 level 1 necromancy arcane spells stored in it, Weakening Ray. This spell could cause great damage to the target's muscles through negative energy, causing the target's strength attribute to rapidly decrease. The higher the level, the more severe the decrease. It could even reduce a normal person's strength to 0. In other words, the person's muscles would completely necrotize and they would die instantly. For those who did not have high strength attribute, especially Andre's pitiful 7 strength attribute, 2 shots would probably be enough to kill them. Carefully putting this weapon of mass destruction into his belt, he quickly deciphered the black-robed man's spellbook with a dispel spell. Immediately, he found that this spellbook was made of the leather of a hydra lizard. It was many times better than the one he had. Almost all the level 0 and level 1 spells were copied. There were also several level 2 to level 5 necromancy arcane spells, such as the level 3 vampiric touch. The spellcaster could absorb the target's life force through touch. Undead immobilize. Corpse manipulation. The spellcaster could resurrect zombies or skeletons from corpses, and so on. Most importantly, there were enough pages in this spellbook to be able to record more than 300 arcane spells. Therefore, after a little consideration, Andre immediately took out his original spellbook and compared them with each other. He then took out the scrolls from the scroll box and copied them one by one into the new spellbook, completely eliminating the inferior product made of winter wolf skin. Of course, the original spellbook was not useless. After all, there were about 40 arcane spells recorded in it, especially several level 4 arcane spells, which could be kept for apprentice Beverly. For this little girl, this spellbook could be considered luxurious. After all, in the spellbook of an ordinary apprentice, there would not be more than 6 arcane spells recorded, but she had 40 arcane spells all of a sudden. Chapter 242. Just as Andre finished dealing with all the spoils of war, the air in the air suddenly began to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 magic whirlpools were formed. Not long after, 2 humanoid creatures with white wings appeared out of thin air. They were the heavenly creatures that were banished by the Lich not long ago. One of them, who was slightly taller, looked around vigilantly and quickly asked, "Human, where did that terrifying Lich go?" "I'm not sure." After he said a few words, he disappeared without a trace. I think he might have returned to his nest. Andre pretended to shrug his shoulders helplessly. He had read in a book that the heavenly creatures referred to the special races that lived in the Chongshan Plain. They were kind, brave, and willing to help others, but they had a fatal weakness, which was that they could not tolerate sand in their eyes. Their attitude towards evil was very clear, which was to completely obliterate from the body to the soul. For this, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Many good gods liked to recruit the heavenly creatures to serve them, and the heavenly creatures would also choose to worship the gods that had similar ideals to their own. The 2 guys in front of him were obviously the servants of the goddess of dawn, Lucia, so they especially hated the undead. Andre could not guarantee how they would react if they knew that he had reached an agreement with the Lich, so he decisively chose to hide it. There were many ways to hide the truth, and lying was definitely the worst way, especially in front of the heavenly creatures. One of their innate, spell-like abilities was lie detection. Andre obviously knew this, so he chose to tell the truth. Sometimes, the truth was more deceptive than a lie. Even the smartest people would inevitably be misled. After the tall, heavenly creature heard that the Lich had left, he was slightly relieved. He hurriedly raised his hands and prayed loudly. A golden light flashed, and the women who were affected by the sleeping magic opened their eyes one after another. They gently rubbed their foreheads, trying to figure out what had just happened and why they suddenly fainted. Perhaps it was because people with thick nerves recovered very quickly. Chloe was the first to wake up. She stared with her two beautiful big eyes and exclaimed loudly, I remember. There was a terrifying lich here, just now. That's right. I remember too. Where is the lich? What did he do to us? Leader Clarice was the second to regain consciousness. She hurriedly looked around with her warhammer in hand. Don't worry, he has already left. Now, there is no one else here except for us. Seeing that everyone was nervous, Andre finally couldn't help but remind them. Good heavens! This is the best news I've ever heard in my life. You have to know that my legs went soft just now, and I couldn't even stand up. He seemed to be surrounded by some kind of terrifying power. Even now, I still feel cold all over when I think about it. Chloe said while subconsciously shrinking her neck. It seemed that the old lich's powerful aura of fear had traumatized her. After all, as a novice adventurer and a noble lady, it was not easy for her to maintain her consciousness in front of a legendary tier lich. This kind of situation would slowly fade as her level increased, so there was no need to worry too much. What did the lich talk to you about after we fell asleep? Clarice asked with a frown. She wasn't Chloe, who could be easily dismissed. She asked the most important question as soon as she opened her mouth. Andre pretended to helplessly spread out his hands and explained, It's very simple. He came to thank me for putting on a good show for him. You might not know, but the dead black-robed man was actually his acolyte. We were merely chess pieces that were controlled by him, tools that he used to conduct his trials. What? Clarice's face instantly turned ugly. You mean to say that the lich is the mastermind behind this exploration? No matter how unwilling I am to admit it, I still have to say that we have been tricked this time. It's a complete failure. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Clarice took a deep breath and forcefully calmed her restless emotions. She replied with a gloomy expression, I must immediately report this matter to the bishop. Moreover, a large part of the sealed labyrinth has collapsed. The temple must immediately send people to repair it. Otherwise, it will attract thousands of adventurers and people with ulterior motives. Andre glanced at the huge hole above his head and nodded lightly. What you said makes sense, but I don't think it can be repaired with this kind of damage. Look, the supporting beams are completely broken. The best way to solve this problem is to station a group of temple knights here. We don't need too many, about 50 of them will be enough. This will deter those adventurers with ulterior motives and also serve as a warning. Young human mage, you don't understand the importance of this place. No matter what price we have to pay, the labyrinth must be repaired. The seal must be absolutely safe. Otherwise, once it is broken, all life within a few 100 kilometers will be destroyed. I think it's best to send a messenger to inform the church. The rest of the people will stay here to guard in case of any accidents. The eyes of the slightly shorter heavenly creatures flashed with golden light. As they spoke very seriously, there was no doubt that this servant from the kingdom of the goddess of dawn was very dissatisfied with Andre's indifference. His tone was very stiff, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Perhaps in the eyes of most people in Orire, the heavenly creatures were the messengers of the good God. They were a higher race than humans. However, in Andre's eyes, they were no different from the demons from the abyss and the devils that crawled out from hell. They were all foreign invaders. It was just that the methods of the demons were cruel, violent, and bloody. The devils relied on the greed in the hearts of humans to achieve their goals. On the other hand, the heavenly creatures wanted the mortals to agree with their ideas and thoughts. They wanted to fundamentally change the current situation of the world. There was a saying that there were two ways to destroy a race from its roots. One of them was a massacre, and the other was to completely assimilate their language, ideology, and culture. The former was not only time-consuming and laborious, but it could easily lead to large-scale resistance. Moreover, the losses would definitely not be small. Compared to the former, the latter was much more brilliant, especially when a higher civilization launched a cultural invasion on a lower civilization. As long as the method was right, it would not take long to achieve the established goal.